Good morning, everyone, and happy pre-Constitution Day. I'm Kathy Gillespie, CEO of Constituting America. I'll be one of your co-hosts for the day. Welcome to our live stream celebrating the 236th anniversary of the signing of the United States Constitution, which we all know took place September 17th, 1787. Now, we want to give a special welcome to our students and teachers watching with us today. Please type the name of your school or your classroom in our Q&A queue, and we will do our best to give shout outs throughout our program and welcome you all personally. We're also excited to have joining us a little bit later, our founder, the actress Janine Turner. Janine is an actress, author, speaker, playwright, rancher, and singer. Janine is going to be leading several of our segments today, including the arts and crafts segment and the Constitution and cinema. And we are so excited to have Janine with us a little bit later this morning. Now I'm going to turn it over to our fabulous operations director, Jeanette Cranack.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeanette Cranack, Operations Director for Constituting America. I'm the principal contact for schools, connecting your school to our speaking program and all of our fabulous programs we provide.
And now we're going to go to Jewel Gilbert.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jewel Gilbert, and I'm involved with Constituting America as a former winner of the We the Future contests and a co-panelist on our Constitutional Chats program. I'm a recent graduate of Moravian University, and I'm thrilled to be with you all today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jordan Gilbert, and like my brother, I am also a recent graduate of Moravian University. I am a former contest winner and a current Constitutional Chats host. Check out our podcast on Tuesdays if you're interested. Looking forward to the program today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Larkin from Maryland. I'm a junior at Hillsdale College, majoring in rhetoric and media studies, and I'm a former winner of Constituting America's We the Future contest for Best Short Film, and I'm excited to be with you all today.
Thank you. Before we get started with today's events, I'd like to tell you about our scholarship contest, and Kathy will introduce our wonderful We the Future contest winners who will be singing our national anthem and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. At Constituting America, one of the programs we are proudest of is our We the Future Scholarship Contest. We have categories for song, PSA, STEM, essay, poem, short film, speech, and artwork, with options for almost every age group, from elementary school to college, and yes, even including teachers. Winners receive a generous scholarship, an incredible trip to Washington, D.C., access to valuable mentorship opportunities, and so many more. Typically, all entries are due on Constitution Day, September 17th, but we're having a special extension for viewers of our Constitution Day program. Viewers like you now have an extra 2 weeks to submit an original work. Visit americanthing.org for more information and enter today or by Friday, September 29th.
Thank you, Jeanette. Now, Jalen Hill, Cameron Dukes, and Brittany Richards are our We the Future Best High School Song winners from Destiny Christian School in Oklahoma, and they are going to be singing our national anthem. Our high school PSA winner, Jaden Mann, also from Destiny Christian in Oklahoma, will be reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, Brittany, Cameron, and Jalen, we're all ready for you.
Oh, see, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in, gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, say home and love.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Jalen and Brittany and Cameron, that was just beautiful. And we are so honored to have y'all as our song winners and look forward to having y'all back on our segment on the Constitution in concert a little bit later this afternoon. And now we are going to go to Jaden Mann, who's going to lead us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jaden. And thank you again to all of the students at Destiny Christian today for leading us in our opening ceremony. Now, way to kick off Constitution Day, then starting with a live reading of the United States Constitution and all its amendments. You know, Abraham Lincoln once referred to the Declaration of Independence as a golden apple and the Constitution as the silver frame that protects that apple. We at Constituting America believe that all Americans should hear the Constitution read in full to celebrate how brilliant our founders were in setting up a government that derives its power from the consent of the governed, which means we, the people, give the government its power, not the other way around. So without further ado, Jeanette, Lindsay, Jewel, Jorn, and I will now read for you the United States Constitution.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1 of the Constitution. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives.
Article 1, Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen.
The following was reversed by the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to the service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed 3/5 of all other persons. This was nullified or reversed by the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and with every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative, and until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3.
When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Article 1, Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have one vote. This was amended by the 17th Amendment, which created direct election of senators in 1913. Immediately after, they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election. They shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the second year, of the second class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the third class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every second year. And if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of the state for which he shall be chosen.
The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote unless they be equally divided. The Senate shall choose their other officers and also a President pro tempore, in the absence of the Vice President, or when he shall exercise the office of President of the United States. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to remove from office the disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to the law.
Article 1, Section 4. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time make or alter, by law, make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. This was amended by the 20th Amendment in 1933, which changes the dates of the congressional term. Article 1, Section 5. Each House shall be the judge of elections, returns and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from day to day and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each House may provide.
Each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of 2/3 expel a member. Each House shall keep a journal of its proceedings and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy, and the yeas and the nays of the members of either House on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. Neither House during the session of Congress shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the 2 houses shall be sitting.
Article 1, Section 6. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall, in all cases except for treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses and in going to and returning from the same. And for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such time, and no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office.
Article 1, Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it becomes a law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he shall approve, he shall sign it. But if he not, he shall return it, with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal, and proceed to reconsider it. If after such reconsideration 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other House, by which shall likewise be reconsidered, and if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law.
But in all such cases, the vote of both houses shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill shall be entered on the journal of each house respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sundays excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law. In like manner, if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevents its return, in which case it shall not be a law. Every order, resolution, or vote to which the concurrence of the Senate and House of Representatives may be necessary, except on question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States, and before the same shall take effect, shall be approved by him, or being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 of the Senate and House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitations prescribed in the case of a bill.
Article 1, Section 8. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. To borrow money on the credit of the United States. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. To establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. To coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, and to fix the standard of weights and measures. To provide the punishment for counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States. To establish post office and post roads. To promote the progress of science and useful art by securing for limited time to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries.
To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court, to define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations, to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water, to raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years, to provide and maintain a navy, to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces, to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress the insurrections, and repel invasions, to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress.
To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square as may by session of particular states and the acceptance of Congress become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings, and to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States or in any department or officer thereof.
Article 1, Section 9. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808. But a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid, unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state.
No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. No money shall be drawn from the treasury, but in consequence of appropriation made by law. And a regular statement and account of receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever, from any king, prince, or foreign state.
Article 1, Section 10. No state shall enter into a treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports, except what may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws. And the net produce of all duties and imposts laid by any state on imports or exports shall be for the use of the Treasury of the United States. And all such laws shall be subject to the revision and control of the Congress. No state shall, without consent of Congress, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state or with a foreign power, or engage in war unless actually invaded or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay.
Article 2, Section 1. The executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and together with the vice president, chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors, equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress. But no senator or representative or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States shall be appointed an elector. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for 2 persons, of whom one at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. And they shall make a list of all the persons voted for, and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify and transmit, sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted.
The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if there be more than one who have such majority and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose by ballot one of them for president. And if no person have a majority, then from the five highest on the list, the said House shall in like manner choose the president. But in choosing the president, the vote shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having one vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of the president, the person having the greatest number of votes, the electors, shall be the vice president. But if there should remain two or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them by the vice president. This was replaced by the 12th Amendment in 1804, which changed the Electoral College format to vote for president and vice president separately. The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. No person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of president. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident within the United States.
In case of the removal of the president from office, or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the vice president. And the Congress may by law provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the president and vice president, declaring what officer shall then act as president. And such officer shall act accordingly until the disability be removed or a president shall be elected. This was altered by the 25th Amendment in 1967, which further addressed presidential succession issues, procedures, and vice presidential vacancies. The president shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation, which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States or any of them. Before he enter on the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Article 2, Section 2. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called into actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion in writing of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices. And he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provide 2/3 of the senators concur. And he shall nominate, and by any with the advice and consent of the Senate, shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and councils, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other offices of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment in such inferior officers as they think proper, in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. The President shall have power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate by granting commissions, which shall expire at the end of their next session.
Article 2, Section 3. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them, with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed and shall commission all the officers of the United States. Article 2, Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
Article 3, Section 1. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation, which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Article 3, Section 2. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority, to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under the grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens, or subjects.
In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crime shall have been committed. But when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed.
Article 3, Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture except during the life of the person attainted. Article 4, Section 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. And the Congress may, by general laws, prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved, and the effect thereof.
Article 4, Section 2. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. The following was reversed by the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865. No person held to service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall in consequence of any law or regulation therein be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up in the claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. This was reversed by the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery in 1865.
Article 4, Section 3. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states or parts of states without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned as well as of the Congress. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. Article 4, Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion and on application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence.
Article 5. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress, provided that no amendment which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clauses in the 9th section of the first article, and that no state without its consent shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate.
Article 6. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. The Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding.
The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States.
Article 7. The ratification of the Convention of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states so to ratifying the same. Done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states present the 17th day of September in the year of our Lord, 1787, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 12th in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names. George Washington, President and Deputy from Virginia.
From Delaware, George Redd, Gunning Bedford Jr., John Dickinson, Richard Bassett, Jacob Broom. From Maryland, James McHenry, Daniel of St. Thomas Jennifer, Daniel Carroll.
From Virginia, John Blair, James Madison.
From North Carolina, William Blunt, Richard Dobbs Speight, Hugh Williamson. From South Carolina, John Rutledge, Charles Coatesworthy Pinckney, Charles Pinckney, Pierce Butler.
From Georgia, William Few, Abraham Baldwin. From New Hampshire, John Langdon, Nicholas Gilman.
From Massachusetts, Nathaniel Gorham, Rufus King.
From Connecticut, William Samuel Johnson, Roger Sherman. From New York, Alexander Hamilton.
From New Jersey, William Livingston, David Brarley, William Patterson, Jonathan Dayton,
From Pennsylvania, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Mifflin, Robert Morris, George Clymer, Thomas Fitzsimmons, Jared Ingersoll, James Wilson, Gouverneur Morris. And now the Bill of Rights and the amendments to the Constitution.
First Amendment, ratified in 1791. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances.
Second Amendment, ratified in 1791. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
The Third Amendment, ratified in 1791. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
Fourth Amendment, ratified in 1791. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized.
Fifth Amendment, ratified in 1791. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of his life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation.
Sixth Amendment, ratified in 1791. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, and to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense.
Seventh Amendment, ratified in 1791. In suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
Eighth Amendment, ratified in 1791. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Ninth Amendment, ratified in 1791. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
10th Amendment, ratified in 1791. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. 11th Amendment, ratified in 1795. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity, commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state, or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state.
The 12th Amendment, ratified in 1804. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot for president and vice president, one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as president, and in distinct ballots the person voted for as vice president. And they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as president and of all persons voted for as vice president, and of the number of votes for each, which lists they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be the president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have such majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers, not exceeding 3 on the list of those voted for as president, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately by ballot the president. But in choosing the president, the vote shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a president, whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them before the 4th day of March next following, then the vice president shall act as president, as in case of the death or other constitutional disability of the president. The person having the greatest number of votes as vice president shall be the vice president, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the vice president. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States.
13th Amendment, ratified in 1865. Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Section 2. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. Section 2. Representatives shall be appointed among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for president and vice president of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of the states, or the members of the legislatures thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants in such state, being 21 years of age and citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged, except for participation in a rebellion or other crime. The basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state.
Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any state legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such a disability. Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave. But all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. Section 5. The Congress shall have the power to enforce, by appropriate legislation, the provisions of this article.
The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870. Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on the account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Section 2. The Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
16th Amendment, ratified in 1913. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration.
17th Amendment, ratified in 1913. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected by the people thereof, for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. The electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors and the most numerous branch of state legislators. When vacancies happen in the representation of any state in the Senate, the executive authority of such state shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies, provided that the legislator of any state may empower the executive thereof to make temporary appointments until the people fill the vacancies by election as the legislator may direct. The amendment shall not be so construed as to affect the election or term of any senator chosen before it becomes valid as part of the Constitution.
18th Amendment, ratified in 1919, Section 1. After 1 year from the ratification of this article, the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within the importation thereof into or the exportation thereof from the United States and all territory subject to the jurisdiction thereof for beverage purposes is hereby prohibited. Section 2. The Congress and the several states shall have concurrent power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of the several states, as provided in the Constitution, within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. The 18th Amendment was repealed and replaced by the 21st Amendment in 1933. 19th Amendment, ratified in 1920. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
20th Amendment ratified in 1933. Section 1. The terms of the President and the Vice President shall end at noon on the 20th day of January, and the terms of the Senators and Representatives at noon on the 3rd day of January of the years in which such terms would have ended if this article had not been ratified, and the terms of their successors shall then begin. Section 2. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall begin at noon on the 3rd day of January, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. Section 3. If at the time fixed for the beginning of the term of the President-elect shall have died, the Vice President-elect shall become President. If a President shall not have been chosen before the time fixed for the beginning of his term, or if the President-elect shall have failed to qualify, then the Vice President-elect shall act as President until a President shall have qualified, and the Congress may by law provide for the case wherein neither a President-elect nor a Vice President shall have qualified, declaring who shall then act as President, or the manner in which one who is to act shall be selected, and such person shall act accordingly until a President or Vice President shall have qualified.
Section 4. The Congress may by law provide for the case of the death of any of the persons for whom the House of Representatives may choose a president whenever the right of choice shall have devolved upon them, and for the case of the death of any persons from whom the Senate may choose a vice president whenever the right of choice shall have devolved upon them. Section 5. Sections 1 and 2 shall take effect on the 15th day of October following the ratification of this article. Section 6. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission.
21st Amendment, ratified in 1933, Section 1. The 18th article of amendment to the Constitution of the United States is hereby repealed. Section 2. The transportation or importation into any state, territory, or possession of the United States for delivery or use therein of intoxicating liquors in violation of the laws thereof is hereby prohibited. Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by conventions in the several states as provided in the Constitution within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress.
22nd Amendment ratified in 1951. Section 1. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of president more than once. But this article shall not apply to any person holding the office of president when this article was proposed by Congress, and shall not prevent any person who may be holding the office of president or acting as president during the term within which this article becomes operative from holding the office of president or acting as president during the remainder of such term. Section 2. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states within 7 years from the date of its submission to the states by the Congress.
23rd Amendment, ratified in 1961, Section 1. The district constituting the seat of government of the United States shall appoint in such manner as Congress may direct a number of electors of president and vice president equal to the whole number of senators and representatives in Congress to which the district would be entitled if it were a state, by in no event more than the least populous state. They shall be in addition to those appointed by the states, but they shall be considered for the purpose of the election or president and vice president to be electors appointed by a state, and they shall meet in the district and perform such duties as provided by the 12th article of amendment. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
24th Amendment, ratified in 1964. Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote in any primary or other election for president or vice president, for electors for president or vice president, or for senator or representative in Congress shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state by reason of failure to pay poll tax or other tax. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
25th Amendment, ratified in 1967. Section 1. In case of the removal of the president from office or of his death or resignation, the vice president shall become president. Section 2. Whenever there is a vacancy in the office of the vice president, the president shall nominate a vice president who shall take office upon confirmation by a majority vote of both houses of Congress. Section 3. Whenever the president transmits to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives his written declaration that he is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, and until he transmits to them a written declaration to the contrary, such powers and duties shall be discharged by the vice president as acting president.
Section 4. Whenever the vice president and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive department or of such other body as Congress may by law provide, transmit to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives their written declaration that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the vice president shall immediately assume the powers and duties of the office as acting president. Thereafter, when the president transmits to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives his written declaration that no inability exists, he shall resume the powers and duties of his office unless the vice president and a majority of either the principal officers of the executive department or of such other body as Congress may by law provide transmit within 4 days to the president pro tempore of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives their written declaration that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. Thereupon, Congress shall decide the issue, assembling within 48 hours for that purpose, if not in session. If the Congress within 21 days after receipt of the latter written declaration, or if Congress is not in session, within 21 days after Congress is required to assemble, determines by 2/3 vote of both houses that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office, the vice president shall continue to discharge the same as acting president. Otherwise, the president shall resume the powers and duties of his office.
26th Amendment, ratified in 1971. The right of citizens of the United States who are 18 years of age or older to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of age. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
27th Amendment, ratified in 1992. No law varying the compensation for the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened.
And that concludes the reading of our United States Constitution. I want to congratulate all our readers. We had wonderful readers with us today. We had Lindsay Larkin. who is a junior at Hillsdale College and from Maryland. And we had Jewel Gilbert, who is a graduate of Moravian College in Pennsylvania, and Jorn Gilbert coming to us from Pennsylvania as well, and is a graduate of Moravian College. And we had Jeanette Kranak, our operations director. They all do just such a wonderful job in our organization. Lindsay, Jewel, and Jorn are all our former contest winners. And we are so excited for all the students watching today to consider entering our contest. We'll be talking a little bit more about that in a moment. But first, I want to take a moment to recognize our donors who have made this program possible. And I'll start with Michael and Nikki Bennett. Michael's with the Oarsman Automotive Group in Alexandria, Virginia, and he very generously supports Constituting America. Thank you, Michael and Nikki Bennett. We also want to thank Darian Downs, who's a wonderful supporter of Constituting America. Darian is also in Virginia, and Darian, thank you for making this program possible. Finally, we want to thank Don Hay of North Carolina. And Mr. Hay is another wonderful supporter of Constituting America. And Mr. Hay, thank you for making today's program possible. Now, I am wondering, are we sharing screen? Could we get to a grid of our participants so we can, and I guess we'll stay on speaker view here. And we just want to have a little chat with some of these great contest winners that we have the pleasure of having on with us today. Because one of the things that we want to do is inspire all of our students watching to enter our contest. And because you're watching the program today, you have an extra 2 weeks. Your contest entry won't be due until Friday, September 29th. And I'm going to look real fast here before we go to our winners and ask them a few questions. I'm just going to give a quick shout out to all of our schools that are watching that have written something in our Q&A. And I want to congratulate the schools for being on this morning and for hopefully you caught most of the reading of our United States Constitution. And you know, that is something that many, many people in our country have not done. They have not read the Constitution out loud. So if you joined us today for that, you have done something that that many people haven't done, and you should feel really proud of yourself that you have read the entire Constitution. So we want to first start with Ramblewood Middle School. Welcome, Ramblewood Middle School. We're so glad to see you here. And we have the Haverford School and Mr. Suter's class. Thank you so much for being with us. Freedom Academy from Vernal, Utah, Sandra Howe. And I want to go back to Ramblewood because I didn't say the teacher's name, Ann Jeanette Washington Collins. Mrs. Collins, thank you for being with us. We have got Janelle Banks with Banks Scholars Christian Academy. Hello, Janelle. Thank you for being with us. We have Shelley Smith from Destiny Christian School, Del City, Oklahoma. And we had several winners from Destiny Christian this year, and they sang our Star Spangled Banner this morning and led us in the pledge. We have Christine Douglas from Shoemaker High School, Killeen, Texas. Christine, I think I personally packed up the constitutions that we shipped to your school. So welcome. We're glad that you're here with us. We have Cecilia Archer, Mrs. Archer, second graders from Oklahoma. So welcome, Mrs. Archer. We hope especially your second graders are going to stay for our next segment that starts right at 11:30 at Eastern at the bottom of the hour. We're going to be doing our Constitution and Crafts section, and we hope your second graders enter a poem or artwork in our contest. We have McCaskey East High School here. Karen Morissette, welcome McCaskey East. We have Austin Valentine Jr. watching from Morganfield, Kentucky, Earl C. Clements Job Corps. Welcome, Austin. Glad to have you from Kentucky. Stacy Moser says, thank you for this opportunity. Karen Morissette says, signing off until next class comes in, we'll return. So we'll look forward to seeing you back here in a few minutes, Karen. Michael Tennety, outstanding, well done. Well, thank you, Michael. And we appreciate you being on this morning and watching. Julie Hilton, we'll get to this in a minute. Julie wants to know, do we have any tips for entering the contest? And we're going to come back to that question, Julie, because I bet that Lindsay and Jewel and Jorn all have some great tips for entering. Karen Morissette says McCaskey East is here and listening. Sharon,
Hey, can I jump in with McCaskey East? I'm going to be speaking to the classes on Monday.
all right.
So I saw that Ms. Morissette has a question. She sent me an email this morning. And after we're finished with this, I'll send you a response. But I just wanted to say hi while she was still there and listening.
That's awesome, Jeanette. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Sharon Williams, thank you for allowing us to participate. Sharon Williams, Lawson State Community College in Alabama. Welcome, Sharon. Let's see, we've got Carolyn Hayes, Carolyn Park, teacher parent, Bright Homeschool, Zarapath, New Jersey. Oh, Carolyn Nye, that's, let's see, what else do we have here? Susie Moser from Boone Middle School in Haines City, Florida. My classes will watch all day. Welcome, Stacy. Jamie Brown, Roberson Middle School, Houston, Texas. And Karen Morissette thanks you for the shout out, Jeanette. So let's go to some of Julie Hilton's questions about the contest. And Lindsay, I'm going to start with you. You won Best Short Film. You were on our trip, I think, last year in 2022, where we went to Washington, D.C. But what tips do you have from a student who may be interested in entering our contest?
Absolutely. And that's such a great question. I was a first-time winner, so I didn't know what to expect going into it either. My advice for entering the contest would be to take your time with the prompt, with each category, there's a specific prompt or question that they give you to answer. And I would just take a day, think about the different ways that you could answer that, do your research, and then be creative with your entry. Don't be afraid to express your creativity. I know with mine, I had short film, and with my prompt, I don't recall what it was exactly, but I remember I got to examine the different governing documents of other countries and compare them to America's, and just compare and contrast the different freedoms that we have versus others. And so that was a wonderful experience because I took the time and I was able to kind of research and then take all of that information and display it creatively in short film. But yes, definitely look over the prompt. Don't be afraid to express your creativity and have a fun time with it, because ultimately it is about having fun and learning more about the Constitution.
Well, thank you, Lindsay. And Julie asked, the entries have to be original creations, right? And yes, we ask that the entries be original creations. And we ask that if you use any music or that you have permission to use the music or any graphics or anything like that. And so Julie also asked, you have to be a certain grade to enter a poem. And we're going to be talking about that next, actually, in our next section that starts at 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central, and that would be 9:30 Mountain and 8:30 Pacific. But our poem category is open to grades K through 5, as is our artwork. And we're going to have on our great poem winner coming up here at the bottom of the hour, Asta Sevalia, and we're going to have one of our artwork learners on live, Lauren Creighton, here at the bottom of the hour. And we'll be looking at another winner's winning artwork as well, Kaylin White. But that's a great question, Julie, and we thank you for that. And I would like to ask Jewel and Jorn, when you're older, when you're middle school, high school, or college, you actually get to go on a trip. And y'all have been on a few of our winter trips, because Jewel, I think you won twice, and Jorn, you won as well with Best PSA, and Jorn, you won with Best Speech, and Jorn, your PSA has actually been played on TV and radio all over the nation for millions of views. But I'd like for y'all to talk a little bit about the trips and what it's like as a winner, and some of the different opportunities that you get when you win our contest. And Jewel, I'll start with you.
Yes, I got to go on 2 amazing trips with Constituting America, and they are some experiences that cherish truly forever. I went to Los Angeles, California for my first trip in 2015, and I got to meet some of the coolest people. I got to meet Gary Sinise and other incredible Hollywood producers, and we got to talk about the things that the students and all of us were so interested in. And also connect on the reason why Constituting America does what it does, which is passion for the Constitution. That trip really solidified that passion and that connection. And getting to see other people, other students from around the entire country also be on that trip with me was something truly special. The next trip was in Austin, Texas, and that was also just absolutely incredible. That was the one that Jordan had also won on that trip too. I won both times for best college speech, but I entered many times, so I just enjoyed entering this contest, and every single time learned so much. And that trip was certainly the highlight. Those trips were certainly the highlight.
Well, thank you, Jewel. And Jordan, we'd love to hear from you about your experience on the trips, but also tell us a little bit more. One of the things that makes Constituting America unique is that we promote the works of our winners. And we get the winning songs played on radio or on iTunes or Spotify. We get the public service announcements played on TV and radio. Tell us a little bit about what it felt like to have your public service announcement played on radio stations and TV.
Yeah, of course. So it is it is an awesome experience because I believe the first time I knew it was on, it was my grandma that actually called me and said, yeah, I saw this on, I think she saw it on a local television station. I was like, that's amazing. I mean, and then someone else told me they heard it on the radio, and it was just like, I can't believe that this work I did, it's a cool competition. I got these awesome prizes, but also it's just going to keep being shown constantly. And, maybe you can just really even if you just affect one person, you never know where that one person's coming from. So that person could be 3,000 miles away, and there's a chance that I did something to get them more involved in the Constitution.
Well, that's so true. And your PSA was just really beautiful. It was so fun to know that it's out there on radio and TV and still is in a lot of places. And we also have on with us today. Well, our founder just joined us, actress Janine Turner. And Janine, we're just having a conversation here until our first commercial break at 11:25 a.m. And we're talking to Jewel and Jorn and Lindsay about entering our contest and their experience and the trips and any tips they have to students watching who might enter. But we were also going to have Jeanette tell us a little bit about our school speaking program. But I'd like to toss it to you real quick to just give some welcoming comments and anything you'd like to say to our audience watching this morning.
Oh, good morning, everybody. I'm thrilled to be with you. My name's Janine Turner. As Kathy Miss Gillespie said, I'm the founder of Constituting America. Kathy makes everything happen at this foundation with a great team that we have with us. So we're thrilled to be with you today. And I have a proposal. Constitution Day. We are here to celebrate Constitution Day. So Monday is the official Constitution Day, September 17th. So let's all do this. Let's all go out on Monday and everybody we see, let's say, Happy Constitution Day. Let's do it. We always say Happy Independence Day or Happy July 4th, but if we didn't have the Constitution, we wouldn't even be here to, as a republic, to be able to absorb the rights and the beautiful things our Declaration proposed for us, because they would have dissolved. So the Constitution protects that Declaration of Independence. So we believe the Constitution is a 1-2 step. It's very important. So let's start making Constitution Day just as important as Independence Day. So on Monday, be sure to say, Happy Constitution Day.
Love that. And Jeanette, I'm going to go to you here real quick to talk a little bit about our school speaking program, but I do want to ask Hilton's question. Julie asked, do you have certain prompts for all of your entries? And Julie, we will drop in the Q&A feed the link on our website that has all the prompts for all the various entries. We have categories for elementary school, middle, high school, and college. And within all those categories, there's so many opportunities. Elementary, as we said, can enter a poem or artwork. Middle school, I believe, can do STEM, song, public service announcement, or essay. middle school, high school can do essay, STEM, song, public service announcement, and short film, and college as well can do those categories. We even have graduate school, and we have a teacher category for a best Constitution lesson plan for our teachers watching today, where teachers can win $2,000 for best lesson plan. So we also have a prize for teachers where they can win $1,000 for sending in the most contest entries. So if you get all of your students to enter and send in a lot of entries, you may win that prize. But so Jeanette, let's talk a little bit in the last few minutes we have left here. What do we offer schools as far as a teacher who's watching today may want us to come and speak to their school? What's the process for doing that, and what is that like?
Well, we have on our website, click a speech. You can just click, there's a link there, and it will take you directly to a form where you fill out your name and your school, and then you will be directed to me. And then I'll reach out to you. And you know what we do is we love to be there in person, but sometimes we're not able to, funding, weather, life. And so we offer a wonderful opportunity to do this via Zoom. We can come to your school and, as I said, either be there in person or we speak to your students via Zoom. We provide every student with a copy of the Constitution, plus the opportunity to enter our contest. We go through the basics of the Constitution. We work off of a quiz. We teach how to write a petition, and it's a lot of fun. The one thing that's very important for you to understand is there is never a cost to a school or a teacher or an organization for us to come and speak. All of this is part of our mission here at Constituting America, to educate Americans about their rights as American citizens. We can work it into, I love to speak to smaller classroom groups, but sometimes it's just not feasible. A school will say, hey, I can give you my 6th to 8th graders at a Friday assembly from 9 to 10. And, you know, we have a room of 100 kids, and that works too. We can do homeschool groups as small as 6, 5, 4. Another thing we also do is scout troops. I like to plug that. If we speak to you through your school and you're a member of various scouting organizations throughout, check your scout book on your Americanism badges and citizenship badges. A lot of what you learn at our Constituting America presentation, you will be able to use that towards your badge, all according to what level of either Girl Scout, Boy Scout, American Heritage Girl, whatever organization you're with, that will help you get your badge. So not only do you have an opportunity to learn, opportunity to win a contest, if you're working towards a badge, we help you with that too. So that's something I like to remind people. And I love to speak to scout troops.
Yes, we really love speaking to scout troops. And did we talk a little bit about how to have a civil civic conversation?
No, that's a unique program that Janine came up with, where we pick a topic along with a teacher. The teacher and the school must approve the topic of discussion, and we come into your school and we ask that you not study and research the topic ahead of time. Like a lot of times in elementary schools, one of the issues is should we have cell phones in schools? Because sometimes in elementary, I know in high schools they're usually allowed, but a lot of elementary schools, or we'll discuss uniform code or something that's relevant in your community. And we use Pro and Con. Procon.org is the organization where we get all of our information, and we'll give you both sides of the issue. And we ask that you break into the 2 separate groups, read your opposing side, and then come together and discuss it civilly, because as we all know, that's the only way to get things done in this country. And we hope that by educating students to speak civilly with people with opposing points of view, not necessarily change their point of view to the other person's side, but just open up and listen to it. You'll become better citizens. And then, of course, if you're better citizens, we are a better America.
And thank you, Jeanette. And so all of that is on Constituting America /book of speech. So check it out on our website. We're now going to go to our commercial break before our first workshop today. And we're going to be featuring in this commercial break the entire winning short film from one of our contest winners. You're going to meet a little bit later, Steph Jackman. So we hope that you enjoy Steph's short film, and we're going to go ahead and play that now, and then we'll be starting our arts and crafts workshop right at the bottom of the hour at 11:30.
You've likely heard of the Constitution, but what does it say exactly?
7 years ago.
No.
When in the course of human events.
Closer, but no.
We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union.
Yes, that's it. On September 17, 1787, delegates from the Constitutional Convention signed the newly written U.S. Constitution, with the proviso that it would not come into effect until ratified by 9 of the 13 states, which happened 9 months later when New Hampshire became the 9th and last necessary state to ratify the Constitution, elevating it to the highest law of the land. But the road to drafting and enacting the U.S. Constitution was not easy. Quite the opposite. It proved long and arduous, and began only when an initial version failed to unite the fledgling states into a one nation. Democratic governments were practically non-existent in the 18th century, and the founders did not have much of a blueprint to work with when forming the new government. Fearing the repeat of tyranny from a single ruler, King George III,
You suck!
They erred on the side of caution and opted for greater states' rights rather than a centralized power in the Articles of Confederation of 1781, the nation's first constitution. But within a handful of years it became painfully apparent that the Articles of Confederation cut the legs out from under the federal government, and the states were too self-involved to keep the young country from collapsing like a house of cards. The Articles of Confederation gave Congress the power to create laws and call for capital from the states, but it couldn't enforce anything, manage trade, or even print currency. Meanwhile, the states continued to quarrel over expanding territory, pensions for revolutionary soldiers, and the role of taxation. You know, that pesky thing they had just fought a war over. Alexander Hamilton and James Madison, now very concerned about the stability and future of the nation, convinced Congress to organize a grand convention. State delegates would be invited to revise the Articles of Confederation together in Philadelphia. In May 1787, 30-plus sweaty and angry men shuttered themselves in the sweltering state house hammering out the new law of the land. After months of intense debate, the Constitutional Convention ultimately scrapped the Articles of Confederation and emerged with a brand new Constitution of the United States, which is still in effect today.
Ta-da!
Bursting with novel governmental doctrines and practices, the Constitution was designed with three main purposes in mind. Create a national government consisting of three separate, but equal branches with an intricate and explicit system of checks and balances between these branches. Divide power between the states and the federal government, and protect the individual and personal liberties of American citizens. The Founding Fathers were not just concerned about their time, but centuries to come. They needed a living document that could be flexible enough to fit the needs of an evolving nation. The amendment process ensures the Constitution can be changed with enough support from the people and state ratification. And change it has, but the foundation of the Constitution has remained the same. Despite being 235 years old,
Happy birthday!
This revered document remains relevant in a world completely different from the one in which it was written. In fact, it has inspired many countries forming their own governments over the centuries, including nations in Europe, Latin America, East Asia, and Africa. The Constitution influences everyday life in the United States in both major and more subtle ways. Some of the strongest impacts include presidential term limits, judicial review, and trial by jury. We're also familiar with more popular aspects that have become almost uniquely American. Freedom of speech, right to bear arms, and the opportunity to vote. But the Constitution also has influence on us in ways we may not even realize. Personal freedoms like choosing how to educate your children, the ability to drink alcohol, if you're of age, attending church or not, being able to gather in a group or participate in a protest, saying or writing what you like in any number of channels, thanks internet, and feeling safe in your own home all stem from constitutional principles. Even things we may not be so psyched about, like income tax, come from the Constitution. At 4,400 words, the Constitution is surprisingly short given the magnitude of its significance. Its reach has become so interwoven in the American psyche that it is an inseparable part of our national identity. The Constitution remains relevant today because it restricts government from obtaining too much power, provides our country with essential guidelines, and ensures rights and freedoms to its citizens. The past of America is bound in the Constitution. The future of America can be, but that depends entirely on its citizens. The founders knew the document they had painstakingly created was flawed. Consequently, they relied on future generations to learn from their mistakes and regularly adapt it to mirror changing times. The United States has, in essence, grown into a great empire. But history has shown us time and again that the demise of great empires stems from institutions being unable to address basic social problems.
Oops.
Ignorance, apathy, and a general lack of civic engagement open the door to constitutional illiteracy.
Yikes.
Like any entity, the Constitution is always one generation from extinction. Our confidence in the system relies on a faith that this document can fulfill the measure of its creation and continue to empower generations of Americans to come. But this requires effort on our part. We must provide continuing education and inspiration to allow this living document to live. James would be proud.
Well, welcome to our Constitution and Crafts workshop. And we are so excited to have you with us here today. We want to remind our viewers that all the students you're seeing in this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners. You can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn more about our categories and scholarship opportunities. For those joining today, we're extending our deadline 2 weeks from today until September 29th. Enter on our website. Today, we're going to be working with you on how to write a poem and talking to a talented and famous artist, Phil Taylor of the American Fallen Soldiers Project. Actress Janine Turner, our founder and best-selling writer, is going to be leading today's program for us. Janine has just published a beautiful book of poetry entitled The Pivot Principle, Finding Joy in Despair. Janine, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hello, everybody. Happy Constitution Day again. We're celebrating Constitution Day, but the actual day is Monday. So happy Constitution Day on Monday. Okay, I'm very excited about this segment because we have some very talented winners who won for best artwork and best poem. But I also have the great pleasure of talking to my dear friend, Phil Taylor and Lisa Taylor. I call him Philip. But I have known Phil since 5th grade, and we're going to come back to all that. But remember, I am the founder of Constituting America, in case you don't remember that from before. That you don't have to remember that, but I'm reminding you just so you know who I am, this talking head here. My name's Janine Turner, and I'm the founder of Constituting America. And we are going to be joined by Phil Taylor, who's the founder of America's Fallen Soldiers. He is a brilliant artist, a wonderful artist. And a really good friend and special to my heart, as is Lisa. So now, Phil, I'm going to turn over to you to say hi for a second. You're also our judge, our artwork judge at Constituting America, and you've graciously been doing this for a very long time. But we met in 5th grade and had the same teacher, Mr. Ingram, who spent the entire year rehearsing the musical 1776 with us about the Declaration of Independence. I played Martha Jefferson and you played Richard Henry Lee. I think before it's all over, Phil, I'll sing one line and you should sing one line. What do you say?
I'll give him my best. So no, I will say this. First of all, it's good to be with you guys. I love the new hair. I love the glasses, by the way. You look fantastic. Yeah, my name is John Henry Lee. Virginia is my home. That was my role.
Okay, I'll do mine.
Yeah.
He plays the I gotta get the right key. He plays the violin. He tucks it right under his chin, and he bows. Yes, he bows. There you go. There's my line.
Well, I will say this, kind of in review of talking with you guys in the last couple of days. There was a moment where we were on stage, and I realized this girl is very different than us up here, scared to death acting. And now you come where you ultimately have landed. And Lisa and I, with my wife right here with me, are so proud of you. So proud of you.
Oh, well, thank you, Phil. We're so proud of you and so grateful for you. And you do beautiful work and touch people's hearts and souls with the gorgeous, meaningful, inspirational paintings that you do for fallen soldiers. And Lisa, you're right there, part of the team. So right back at you. I admire that your destiny is done with your life.
We're coming back to the artwork in just a little bit, but we're going to go to the poem section right now.
All right, here we go. So
with this, turn it over to you because you're our resident poet.
Well, what? Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought you were talking. Yes, of course. I thought we were still in our 1 minute tit for tat little thing here. So sorry about that. Yeah. All right. So we do have a wonderful winner with us today. She is our best poem winner, Asta Savalia. And she is a 5th grader from Naperville, Illinois, who's involved in many community service projects and enjoys Taekwondo, swimming, rock climbing, and learning Spanish. And she's almost fluent in Spanish. So Asta, we welcome you and congratulate you for winning Best Poem. We're going to come back to Phil for art in a minute, but you won Best Poem. I love poetry. Obviously, I have 2 published books on poetry. Your poem is called Checks and Balances, and we would love to hear you read your poem.
Okay, yeah, of course. Okay. So, before our Constitution was founded, our country's power was not well-rounded. But when the Constitution came, everything changed in a positive way. They created a system dividing power in 3 so that the government's power would be split up fairly. They're called the branches of government, and they all have different jobs. They have to make, carry out, and interpret our laws. The 3 branches play a big role, and it all started from writing on a scroll. The Constitution plays a big part and is held tightly in our country's heart. We do not rely on a queen or a king. Let us allow the Liberty Bell to ring.
Yay! Oh, great! That's really wonderful. What a great job, Asta. We're so proud of you. That's a wonderful, wonderful poem. Okay, I have learned as a writer that when you write a poem, it inspires the reader, but it also inspires us as writers. So what did you learn by writing this poem?
So one thing I learned was how our founding fathers really revolutionized the way we run governments. I also learned a lot about poetry in itself. I hadn't written much poetry before I wrote this poem, so this allowed me to explore different areas that I hadn't gotten into yet, which I found really interesting. So, yeah.
There you go. Well, you have a real knack as a poet, so I would keep up the good work. I started poetry about your age. Now I have 2 published books, so you can do it too. It's a wonderful way to also just deal with your passion. And I guess I'll talk a little bit about that for a second. I can even talk about it with you. I have 3 tips as how to write a poem. One is, what are you inspired about? A beautiful sunset, or a new puppy, or a new kitty cat, or maybe you feel sad, something's really bothering you. What I always did is I just picked up the pen and I just started to write. So my first tip is, what inspires you? My second tip, what kind of really gets you, you kind of feel it in your heart about, and you want to write about it. Second thing is, pick up a pen or a pencil and start writing. Don't think about it. Don't think about what you want to do. Don't even think about the words. Just start writing. And then my third tip is, if you hit a space and you can't think of a word, like the sky is so bubbly and don't stop. Just put a replacement word there for a minute. Because if you stop your flow. So the sky is so white and so bubbly and white, and then go back on and keep going. And you can go back and change that word, bubbly, or if you want to, but fill the space, but don't stop. Just keep going. That's my biggest advice. What about you, Asta? Do you have a little tip you want to give us very quickly? Because we're on a time schedule.
Yeah, so my tip is just, stick to your heart, and do your research before you write your poem. I know I had to learn a lot more about the Constitution before I could write my poem. I didn't know much about checks and balances. So yeah.
That's good. See, that's exactly what we're trying to do. It's what Mr. Ingham tried to do in 5th grade. You put the arts with the Constitution, and you learn about the Constitution, and you have some arts, and then other people learn about it. So proud of you, Asta. Great job. You did a great job reading it today too. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it over to Phil Taylor, and I'm not going to talk anymore. So Phil and Lisa have their full moment here to talk about artwork.
Well, first of all, again, it's good to be here. It's, the correlation actually between the work that I do now for 18 years, and we just passed the annual, 22 years since 9/11. And that day is a day where I pretty much still watch shows that remind me why I shifted from doing commission art, and painting nightclubs and buildings and murals and things like that, over to shift to realize lost a friend, Blake Russell. Of course, the Russell family, Rana and so when Blake died, that was the moment where I said, no, I'm going to use not only my art as a place of inspiration and self-expression, but something that is very key, and it's this word, service. So all those years of, building up to have finally being decent in art, and I will remind everyone, as you grow into art early, some of your best stuff, it's gruff and you can be disappointed for a moment, but it takes years, and artists aren't just supernaturally born. It takes the same thing as Janine has to work over scripts and things like that to perform. The same structure resides in me to finally transfer over now over 200 different soldiers, sailor, airmen, Marines that I've hand delivered across the United States via American Airlines. And so I think that our organization and yours correlate, and there's a kind of divine connection, if you will.
I like that, a divine connection, and I admire so much your service and what you do. And there's your portrait right behind you. Your portraits are amazing. So thank you for that. And I think I'm going to toss it back to you for the best.
So do you want me to introduce Lauren?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, please.
So you don't need my hello, but we're excited to have one of our contest winners live with us today, which is Lauren Creighton. And Lauren is 10 years old. This is like an overachiever, by the way, before I read this. As if being a talented artist wasn't enough, Lauren also earned black belt, 9 years old. Incredible. Old and enjoys swimming, playing baseball, playing basketball. And it says for me to say go Lauren, but I would say more than that. The diversity of what you're accomplishing, and what you're going after is absolutely admirable, and it's inspiring even to me. It's wonderful. Okay, so let's take a peek at Lauren's work. We got that? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's I reviewed the work over and over, all of them each year before I actually pick one, but they all have an origin of expression that says something, and that's what I feel like he did here. And yeah, so I'll talk about the hands and the diversity of the color of the hands and what makes up our union. But so Lauren, can you tell us more about what inspired the drawing and ultimately the work?
Yes, indeed I can. So what inspired this drawing was my mom and my art teacher, Mrs. Gorman, in 4th grade. My art teacher told her classes about the art contest. I told my mom I was not interested because art wasn't my thing, and other students were better at art than me. My mom encouraged me to do it because I would have my interpretation and perspective about what the US Constitution and the flag means to me. I thought about the flag and named it Flag of Justice because the hands show that we may all be different. We all may be different colors, but we all equals. And the US Constitution and flag represent equality and justice for everyone. And that's what I wanted my drawing to show.
Okay, so let's talk about mediums. In other words, how'd you choose like the colors, concept, and materials that you used to produce the work? What came out from here to produce what we see as a beautiful start?
I used markers that are similar to paint and wanted the colors to be bright and colorful to like pop out of the paper. I traced the stars out of another sheet of paper, basically a template, and I traced it on that piece of paper to make the stars. I like the artwork that I did because it still has the pencil marks of the trials and the errors that I had to go through to make sure to get it right. And what I like about the hands is it's like they're holding up the flag, and it means that we're all equals. We're all one nation. We come together in unity. This was my perspective, and I wanted to show you guys that the Constitution should represent everyone, and the flag is our symbol of what you just called the flag of justice.
You're inspiring me. Yeah, I'm blessed. Are we there?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's this art.
Yeah, so I just want to say a couple things real quick. I know it's not on the script, but for me, it reminds me of some of the early works. I was a silent artist, going through school. I would doodle on papers and not do so well on grades because I was just in a different space and lane of working. But I want to remind everyone that art in its expression, whether it's stage work or movies and things Janine does, or if it's a guy that hails from Dallas, Texas, and goes out there and uses art as a form of healing and service, which that transition now 18 years totally changed my life, right? So I just wanted to say that. And I think it's important. So thank you, Lauren. I mean, first of all, love you. Love the reason how and why you did the work. And so thank you so much. It's our blessing each year to review, and Lisa helps me at the artwork. And so thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, big hand, everybody, for our great winners.
Okay, so Kaylin White is our other artwork winner this year, and unfortunately can't be with us. But Kaylin's 9 years old, and again, overachiever. From Keller, Texas. She loves drawing, arts, crafts, tap dancing, swimming, So I'd like to take a look at her work. Yeah. So here's my comments on this one. And this is actually one of my favorites. That's not to deplete nor take away from each year's effort the students are doing. So it's always kind of hard, you would think. You just grab one or something like that. But no, I talked to Lisa and we go through them all multiple times before we get there. This one is a multiplicity of expressions, right? So what we see is the body of, the invitation to people coming into the United States, the great Statue of Liberty, the Liberty Bell, the Constitution. And so this embodies kind of multiple stories, right? So the Freedom Eagle, and I actually, in God we trust, and the work I do, and the place and the role that I have now serving the military and those who die. This one really encapsulates the reason why we fight, to ensure that, as Janine and her partners have done such a great job to ensure that the Constitution is supported, held up, and we'll fight for it, even if we have to die. So this one was very special for me. Yeah. Well,
Do you want to talk about a couple of your quick tips? We have about 3 minutes if you'd like to tell us, Phil Taylor, about how I talked about a little bit what inspires me as a poet and my 3 steps. What about your 3 steps of artwork?
Yeah, so thank you, Lauren, so much.
Three steps,
Yeah, so here's the thing. And Janine can actually validate this as probably her place of, there's always a beginning, right, of art, whatever mediums and whatever categories that you function in. So for me, I would look at books and be inspired by others, whether, my favorite artist is Rembrandt, but as a kid, I would just look through sources of inspiration. Number one, it's not cheating to actually take someone else's pieces and use them as a source of inspiration, because sometimes just being blank without seeking something to inspire you is not a great start. So research, study, be inspired, pick your lane, and then move into angles of execution. How do I produce something similar? What mediums and products and, for me, paints, brushes, styles, and all the different things that I work through. And then ultimately is you stand by that piece until you've done your very best. So if there's a place, sometimes you step away from the easel, you step away from the stage, you take a break and you recover your thoughts to make sure the end product is an exact reflection of what you attempted from the beginning to the end.
I think what's remarkable about your work, and there's one right behind you and Lisa there, is you capture, like Rembrandt and really like Leonardo da Vinci, you capture the essence of their soul. You get their personality, their sense of heart. That's really hard to do. Did you have any official training, Phil? Or is this just God-given?
Well, this was actually before I went to Eagle Mountain and finally went to school with you. So when I was in 3rd grade and stuff in Fort Worth, my mom saw that I was drawing and doing things. So she sent me to the Fort Worth Art Museum of Science and History for art classes. and they were doing still life, right? So very briefly, still life is, put a pot here and put a bowl there and then shine a light, and you learn about, where is it hot, where is it cold, and how do you do these kind of things. And I was bored. I was very bored in that class, and I said, Mom, I'm not doing that. So no, I've been on the journey of attempting and grinding until I finally got to a place where, this stands out. It
Well, it does.
Yeah, and the families cry, the wives and the mothers hug the portrait and kiss it, and it's incredible. So that's what I have to say.
And that's the love and that's the service. So, okay, thank you, Phil and Lisa. So good to see you.
Nice to
Hey,
see you.
We're cutting to commercial break now. So we thank you so much for joining us. And we will be right back after this commercial break with our next segment on cinema. So we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Hello, America. Tom Hand here with Americana Corner. I want to thank my friends at Constituting America for the great work that they do. Under Janine's and Kathy's leadership, they have created a real jewel to help spread the American word. They are teaching our fellow citizens to revere our Constitution and the incredible founding fathers who drafted the document. Constituting America is an organization I am proud to support.
I'm Haley Bell. I'm 7 years old. I won Best Poem. I'm from Colorado. Before America had even begun in Boston Harbor, tea was flung. Patriots wanted to be free and bring this land sweet liberty. The men who wrote our Constitution gave us more than revolution. They gave me rights, so I have might. No one can take away what I enjoy today. Because I live in a land of the free, I can grow up to be me. I'm Avita Duffy, and I'm 10 years old. I won Best Artwork. I'm from Wisconsin. Last minute, I decided blue because I think it kind of it blends in it. It just looks better than all the other colors I tried in my drafts. And down here, I read a book about George Washington, and I got the background colors from there. And the suns here are kind of to show to get kind of funny and funky, kind of just something besides the founding fathers, like just a little extra thing I put in there. I like to do that. And basically this is what log rolling looks like: water everywhere and the logs running really fast. If you can see the lines there, make it to see if it's going really fast. And then there I'm drawing the background here of this farm. And yeah.
Hi, my name is Jay McConville, and I'm a member of the Constituting America Governing Board. I joined the board because I believe very strongly in the mission of Constituting America. Our nation is blessed with founding documents that have provided wisdom and a roadmap to liberty and freedom, not just for people in the United States, but for people all around the world. It's important that all of our citizens understand the meaning and importance of these documents, and that we ensure that future generations do as well. That's why I'm so proud to work with Constituting America and all our contest winners, not just as they come in and provide their work for the contests, but more importantly, as we continue to promote their works and get them out there into the public so that people can really see the content. Putting their PSAs on TV, their songs on the radio, and getting their films into film festivals is an important part of what we do, and it is vital to spread the word about the Constitution. Our documents provide a roadmap for liberty and freedom. We need to make sure that that lasts into future generations And that's why I'm so proud to serve with Constituting America.
As Americans, we celebrate all the things that make us different. So what is the thing that connects us? The thing that makes us Americans. It's simple. It's our shared belief that we are Americans.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings and secure to ourselves and our posterity, and do ordain and establish the United States of America.
That belief that we each can be who we are and live the life we dream in harmony with each other is in our system, right in the words of the Constitution. Know your Constitution. To who you are, it's who we are.
Well, welcome to our Constitution and Cinema workshop. If you're just joining us, welcome to our Constitution Day celebration. I'm Kathy Gillespie, CEO of Constituting America. If you're watching with your class today, type your name and school in the Q&A and we'll do our best to give you a shout out at the end of the workshop. We want to remind our viewers that each of the students you're seeing on this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners. You can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our categories and scholarship opportunities. For those joining today, we're extending our deadline to 2 weeks from today until September 29th so that you can enter. So enter on our website. Now, we're excited to have all of you in our audience with us, as well as 9 of our contest-winning filmmakers here today. We'll watch each of their documentaries and ask questions about their fantastic works. But we're also very excited and honored to have a film star with us today, our founder, Emmy and Golden Globe nominated actress Janine Turner. Janine starred as Maggie O'Connell in CBS's Northern Exposure, Katie McCoy in NBC's Friday Night Lights, and has starred in films with Sylvester Stallone and Anthony Hopkins, among many others. She's an award-winning director and playwright. Janine's going to lead our workshop today. And Janine, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Kathy. Kathy is our CEO, and she just does the most amazing job in the world, as does our terrific staff. So hopefully you can see me. Okay, hello, everybody. Happy Constitution Day. And that's what we're going to say on Monday. I just see Kathy on the screen, but I think this is something that I don't understand, but y'all can see me. Okay, so remember that Monday is Constitution Day, and we really look forward to y'all should make sure you shout it out. Maybe you can let us know how many people you said Happy Constitution Day to on Monday. All righty, we have a lot of winners here, so let's go. First up, we have Emerson Letts. And Emerson Letts is our best middle school PSA winner. Emerson is in sixth grade at Grapevine Christian School in Texas. He enjoys football. I think we have a photo of him. He enjoys football and traveling. He hopes one day study sports broadcasting and have a career in football. All righty, so I guess we didn't see him, but now we are going to play his video, the 5 Great Amendments. So let's watch Emerson's video.
Hi, I'm Emerson Letts, and today we'll be talking about some of the most important amendments in the Constitution and how they impacted America. In my opinion, the First Amendment is one of the most important because it allows us to believe what we want to believe and speak what we want to speak. Another very important amendment was the 15th Amendment, and it gave the African Americans the right to vote, which I think is a very important one because it also made the votes fair and allowed everyone to speak their minds. The 13th Amendment was another important amendment because it completely abolished slavery and made sure it was never written into the U.S. And also the Bible says in John 13:16 that we are all made equal. 14th Amendment was another important amendment because it made sure that no state could deny any privileges of any race, which made sure that it was fair to everybody, and that is what America stands for. The 24th Amendment was also a smart amendment to be added because states found a way to where they could add poll taxes to votes. And so the 24th Amendment made sure that voting was absolutely free, so everybody could vote.
Yay! That was wonderful, Emerson. So, Emerson, I think we have a little bit of an echo, but where are you? Let's see. I guess you're going to come up full screen. I'm an actress and I don't know what's going on here, but anyway, I see a bunch of squares. We have a bit of an echo, but you are our middle school winner. We're so excited for you. I love your energy in this video. It's very hard to stand there and be interviewed to remember all those words. How did you research the information for your video?
Wait, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, how did you research the information for your video?
Oh, so I was looking for a category to do like my Constituting America project in, and what interested me most was the PSA. So Ms. Lawton actually showed us like a few PSAs from last year, and I think it was Ava Watts who did it, and that made me really want to like do a PSA. And so I researched it by I looked up a bunch of amendments, and then I found the ones that spoke most to me from my heart. And then, yeah, that's how I researched it, and that's how I picked out my amendments to film.
Well, you did a great job, Emerson. I'm an actress too. I know how hard it is to stand there and have to remember that, not just only find it, research it, and write it, but then to also star in it. That's a lot of work. So congratulations. Are you at school? We only have a few seconds because we have other winners. But are you at school right now?
Yeah, I am.
Well, how fun. Well, I hope everyone enjoys this. You're the winner today. We're very
Thank you.
You have a good day. Congratulations.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Okay. Next up, we have Honor Cassidy and Anna Grace Hollyfield. They worked together to win Best Middle School Creative Interpretation PSA. They are both seventh graders at Rainey McCullers School in Columbus, Georgia. I just finished a movie in Columbus, Georgia. Isn't that a coincidence? Honor has a passion for music, singing, and acting, and has been in multiple plays throughout her life. I'm like Phil Taylor. I can't believe everything y'all have already done, as well as many events with chorus and theater. Anna Grace is also passionate about theater and performed in 3 plays in her school, as well as on the Springer Opera House, at the Springer Opera House. Okay, so now we are going to see Honor and Anna Grace's best PSA.
Come on, Sophie. Come on, So-So. Why are you calling it So-So? Isn't his name Sophie? Freedom of speech. What is that? It gives me the right to say whatever I want, when I want, without the government's control. It's part of the First Amendment. Is that it? No, there's much more to the First Amendment. Of course there is. It's quite interesting. It gives citizens the rights of religion, assembly, petition, press, and speech. I can't remember all of that. That's okay. An interesting tip to help you is RAPS. It stands for all of them and makes them really easier to remember. Wow, that's actually kind of interesting. First, freedom of religion. It means you can worship whatever you want and believe in whatever you want. Second, assembly. It means you can protest peacefully without getting in trouble. Actually, that's kind of cool. What does the other P mean? Petition. Petition means you can petition against the government again without getting in trouble. The other P is press, which means you can publish opinions or articles without censorship of the government. Wow, that's actually interesting. I'm going to start paying attention in class now. Thank you. There's one more, speech, which means I can call Sophie whatever I want without getting in trouble. Wow, that's actually interesting. I'm going to go tell all of my friends. Hey, come back here. What's your eyes turn?
Yay! Very congratulations. Great job. That's a lot. That was a lot of information to get in a very entertaining way. So Honor and Anna Grace, or is it Anna Grace? Sorry if I'm not saying it correctly. Welcome, congratulations. And why did you, Honor, I want to ask you first, why did you both decide to make your PSA about the First Amendment?
Yes, we thought the First Amendment took a big stand in the world today. The freedom of speech, press, and religion are still in use. It gives the freedom to say what we want and believe in what we want. We did our PSA on the First Amendment because we want it to be heard. I thought it was a great opportunity to get that out there because many people don't know about it.
There you go. Very good. Okay, Anna Grace, can you talk about the process of writing the script for the scene and then acting it out with your dog, I might add?
Yes, ma'am. When we wrote the script, it took about like an hour. It was a lot of fun and we really enjoyed the creative process. And it was a lot of fun. When we acted it out, we had to find a place to do it and we had to try to make the dog not run away because he kept trying to run away. So he kept having to feed it treats. And we had to find a place that looked good and where the lighting was good and there's a lot of like good acoustics. So it was a lot of fun. It was like a long process, but it was also a lot of fun.
Yes, it is a long process. No one realizes how long it takes to film something. I mean, they would arrive on the set when I was filming, and about 8 hours later, they say, do I get to go home now? And I say, no, we're here for like 14, 16 hours. Well, Honor and Anna Grace, congratulations. Keep up the good work. I wish we could all talk longer. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We have so many winners. We have just to move right along here. Now, our next winner is Carson Collins, one of the winners of Best High School PSA, who is 16 years old from Austin, Texas. He's both homeschooled and a dual credit student at Austin Community College. Carson is a nationally competitive rower, and he and his teammate are the current U.S. rowing, I can say it, junior national champions in men's U17 double. I don't even know what that means, but way to go. It sounds great. Here is Carson's winning work, the First Amendment Stronger Together, his winning PSA.
Stronger together. This is a common phrase, well used for many causes. But did you know it also applies to the First Amendment? On their own, the 5 rights protected in the First Amendment serve a monumental purpose, preserving religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. These are crucial to a free society, providing the cornerstones to American liberty, and their importance cannot be overstated. But together, these rights do something even more impactful. The First Amendment provides an alternative to violence, offering another path, one of peaceful civil discourse and meaningful nonviolent change. The First Amendment provides an outlet for citizens to oppose the government in a civil manner, alleviating the pressure for rioting and rebellion. Acting together, the 5 rights of the First Amendment are even more impactful than they are on their own. They too are stronger together.
Stronger together. Yay! Stronger together. That's a great slogan. I really like that. So Carson, congratulations again. And could you talk to us about the editing process? I don't know why I don't see you on the big screen, but I guess it doesn't matter. Carson, tell us about the editing process. I know as an actress how important editing is, but I also know as a writer-director how important editing is. One little thing can make such a huge difference. So since you did everything in this video, talk to us about that editing process and how you made your artistic choices. There's a broad topic for you.
Thank you, Mrs. Turner. Of course. The editing process is my favorite part of video production. It's really what got me into making documentaries and making PSAs. And part of the reason I enjoy it so much is because even though everything is confined to a computer with maybe some other pieces of hardware, but the software behind editing, video production, graphic design, animation, it's so complex, which granted often makes it very frustrating, but that complexity makes these programs like Final Cut Pro, like Premiere Pro, so unbelievably powerful. And I know I still have so much to learn, which is why I'm so eager to push farther and see what's possible. And I think learning more and that really never ending journey to push farther and see what's possible with with this editing software is extremely important because it gives you so much freedom and it gives you so much flexibility with your artistic choices and how you can engage your viewers and present content. So when I'm sitting in front of my computer, I know the more capable I am with all this software, the better my final product would be. At the end of the day, what really pushes and defines my artistic choices is expanding what I know to be possible with editing software.
Oh, that's amazing, Carson. Congratulations. Well said. And all I can think about is AI. And I don't want AI to step in and start being everything in the movie industry, whether we're writers or actors or they edit it for us. Won't that be terrible? Or even painting, any of that. Writing scripts, we will lose that human touch. And it's the human touch in the editing process where you can go in and lift an eye, cut right after the lift of an eyebrow, which you did a fantastic job. Excellent. And thank you so much. And congratulations, Carson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, as we have to move right along here, we're excited to have Jaden Mann, winner in our high school PSA category, a 16-year-old from Midwest City, Oklahoma, who attends Destiny Christian High School. She is fascinated by studying history and participates in arts and drama. So here is her PSA.
Freedom of speech isn't truly free if we shut everyone down we don't agree with. In order to make a difference in our world, we need to talk with one another with open minds and understanding of everyone we interact with. We have a right of freedom of speech, but is it really free if it is silenced? We see people shutting others down because we don't agree, but compromise can change the world for the better. Friends don't always agree with each other, but they do compromise. So next time, before you shut people down, just think to yourself, can our conversation make a difference in our silent world?
Ah, excellent. Really good. Congratulations, Jaden Mann. Jaden, terrific work. And also, I must say, a terrific message. Really, really important message that we have, that you talked about. We need it in our country today. So can you talk to us about how important it is to listen to other people with whom we might disagree?
Yeah, of course. So I think it's really important that we should listen to each other, because if we don't get to see all the sides of a story. And it's important to understand, because we all have different values just because of the way we were raised and stuff, and even on our worldview. So it's important to listen, and we can learn from each other to come to a good understanding to help something that'll help all of us.
Well said, Jaden. Well said. I think you should run for office someday. Have you thought about that? We've got that flag behind you there and everything. Well, you never know. If not, this is a great thing. You can serve your country through the arts and through your talent as a filmmaker. And that can't be underestimated. We all have our purpose and our destiny in life, and we all have that within the work that we choose to do. And you are honoring yours beautifully. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Jaden. Okay, next we have another winner. Now we have our winner, Best College Grad School PSA, Christine I can say it, Tokarov. I did it. Christine Tokarov. Christine recently received her master's in business analytics from Northwood University and is currently working with John Stossel in New York. She also studied in her undergrad years economics, and her PSA is called Upholding the Constitution. Yay, we can't wait to see it. Here we go.
Under the Constitution, America is a republic. The First Amendment secures our ability to change our political laws by protecting our rights to religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. We're the only country born from the idea that people must be free to pursue their happiness, uninhibited by the government. This has kept us as one nation under God through 2.5 centuries of peaceful transition of power. The United States are at the top of the world today, but the graveyard of history is full of the remains of once mighty empires. Will our republic degenerate into an oligarchy as Rome did 2,000 years ago? Or is the best yet to come for the land of the free? Jefferson warned how easy it is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. This process is not unstoppable. The future of America depends on our support for the principles of the Constitution. It's an American thing.
Yay! Congratulations, Christine. Terrific, terrific work. Very encouraging. It makes us all feel better about our country. So Christine, you compare and contrast our current path as an American republic with the fall of the Roman Republic. Could you talk to us more about that comparison?
Sure. And I think the best way to do that is with a short story. So oblige me if you will. Once upon a time, there was a mighty republic. It was born in a revolt against a tyrannical monarchy. The republic protected individual rights, expected personal responsibility, guaranteed to all citizens equality under the law, practiced relatively free trade, and kept taxes low. The people respected those who became wealthy through entrepreneurial activities. They accepted as just prices whatever emerged from the voluntary interactions of the market participants. Politicians did not create special economic privileges for the rich, nor did they raid the public coffers to buy votes with free stuff. The country's army defeated its arch enemy. Its navy controlled the seas. Hard times had made these people virtuous. Practicing virtue produced peace and prosperity. But this easy life eroded the character of their descendants. The republic had grown into a vast empire, and policing the world became very costly. Taxes and economic restrictions increased, causing the economy to suffer from inflation and debt. Factional conflicts weakened the state. The people lost their moral compass. Their leaders began to abuse the public offices for personal gain. Politicians pandered to the masses, who slowly exchanged their rights for welfare programs. The citizens forgot their constitution. The republic, their rule of law, was gradually replaced by democracy and mob rule. Having lost their character, the citizens could not keep their liberties. Democracy inevitably deteriorated into chaos, which brought about a new order, an oligarchical tyranny. This is the story of how the Roman Republic collapsed, and this is how the American Republic is heading towards collapse today. The end may be avoided by restoring the character of our people, and the first step is discovering what we have lost, or by reading the Constitution.
Wow, Christine, thank you for that. That was very moving, as is your work. So you keep up. This is an exciting category for me because this is what so you keep up the great work. You and all of the winners in this category, you have such power to go out and make an influence on the world for the better, and you're doing that. So thank you so much. Wish we had more time. Okay, thanks, Christine. All right, our final winner today is Steph Jackman, winner of Best College Grad School Short Film. She is from Idaho and earned her BS in Recreation Management from Brigham Young University, has an MA degree in English Literature from the University of New Hampshire, and is pursuing a doctorate in Instructional Design and Technology at Idaho State University. Let's see a quick sample of Steph's short film.
You've likely heard of the Constitution, but what does it say exactly?
77 years ago.
No.
When in the course of human events.
Closer, but no.
We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union.
Yes, that's it. On September 17, 1787, delegates from the Constitutional Convention signed the newly written U.S. Constitution, but the road to drafting and enacting the U.S. Constitution was not easy. Quite the opposite. It proved long and arduous. Democratic governments were practically non-existent in the 18th century, and the founders did not have much of a blueprint to work with when forming the new government. Fearing the repeat of tyranny from a single ruler, they had opted for greater states' rights rather than a centralized power in the Articles of Confederation of 1781, the nation's first constitution. Alexander Hamilton and James Madison, now very concerned about the stability and future of the nation, convinced Congress to organize a grand convention. State delegates would be invited to revise the Articles of Confederation together in Philadelphia. The Constitutional Convention ultimately scrapped the Articles of Confederation and emerged with a brand new Constitution of the United States, which is still in effect today. The Constitution was designed with three main purposes in mind: create a national government consisting of three separate but equal branches with an intricate and explicit system of checks and balances between these branches, divide power between the states and the federal government, and protect the individual and personal liberties of American citizens. The amendment process ensures the Constitution can be changed with enough support from the people and state ratification. And change it has, but the foundation of the Constitution has remained the same, despite being 235 years old.
Happy birthday.
This revered document remains relevant in a world completely different from the one in which it was written. In fact, it has inspired many countries forming their own governments over the centuries, including nations in Europe, Latin America, East Asia, and Africa. At 4,400 words, the Constitution is surprisingly short given the magnitude of its significance. Its reach has become so interwoven in the American psyche that it is an inseparable part of our national identity. The Constitution remains relevant today because it restricts government from obtaining too much power, provides our country with essential guidelines, and ensures rights and freedoms to its citizens. The United States has, in essence, grown into a great empire. But history has shown us time and again that the demise of great empires stems from institutions being unable to address basic social problems. Ignorance, apathy, and a general lack of civic engagement open the door to constitutional illiteracy. Yikes! Like any entity, the Constitution is always one generation from extinction. Our confidence in the system relies on a faith that this document can fulfill the measure of its creation and continue to empower generations of Americans to come. But this requires effort on our part. We must provide continuing education and inspiration to allow this document to live. James would be proud.
James would be proud. Yay, Steph. Congratulations. Very wonderful. Wonderful. All the works are wonderful. Your work is wonderful. So, Steph, I would love for you to talk to me about civics education. So can you talk about how we can make civics education more engaging and interesting for people? You already did it. You did it with this wonderful video, but talk about that inspiration and your goals with that.
Thanks, Janine. I appreciate it. So I think that people are interested in people, and students are more interested when they realize that historical figures were actually real people who had hopes, dreams, fears, and failures. Storytelling is an easy way to make history more fun and engaging, and it's a powerful tool. Here are some ideas of how to use storytelling in civics education. We can do character development. You can bring historical figures to life by delving into their personalities, motivations, struggles. Probably know that being an actress. This really humanizes historical figures and makes them more relatable. We can also examine multiple perspectives because history is not one-sided. And so that can help us understand the complexity of history. Something else that's helpful is visual aids. So using visuals like maps, illustrations, and images can really enhance storytelling and make historical people feel more real. And then you can also do creative projects that allow students to express their understanding of history through creative projects like writing historical fiction, creating multimedia presentations like this one, or even doing historical podcasts. These projects let students apply their storytelling skills. So incorporating storytelling into history education not only makes the subject more enjoyable, but also helps students develop empathy, critical thinking, and a deeper appreciation for the complexities of the past.
Well said. That's terrific, Steph. And I think we have to run now, but the fact that you said humanizing the historical figures, I think that that's really important. We need to realize that when we deal with one another about humanizing, we're all human, but they were too. And so that's really, I love that in history when I read biographies. I want to know about what they were like as people, because that tells us what their sense of humanity was, good and bad. So congratulations, you made a wonderful short film. We're very proud of you. So thanks so much. And we're very proud of everybody who won today. Stick with, oh, I just have to say the voice, the English voice was really great. So later you'll have to tell me whose voice that was. Good choice there. Okay, so Constitution and Science is next. Stay tuned.
Welcome to our Constitution and Science workshop. If you're watching with your class today, type your name and school in the Q&A and we'll do our best to give you a shout out at the end of the workshop. Now, if you're just joining us, welcome to our Constitution Day celebration. We just want to remind our viewers that all the students you're seeing on this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners, and you can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our categories and scholarship opportunities. For those joining today, we're extending our deadline to 2 weeks from today until September 29th. So enter on our website. Now, I'm joined by one of our We the Future contest winners from the STEM category, Wyatt Powers. Wyatt is a 6th grader at a Christian school in Texas. He loves history as well as drawing, reading, drama, and debate. For his STEM project, he created a website about the Constitution. Wyatt, welcome. We are pulling your winning website up on the screen now, and we'd like to invite you to walk us through it. Let's see, do we have Wyatt?
My microphone's off. So on the home page, underneath each of the pictures is a link to a short bio of the framers, several of them. And it gives like when they lived and important events in their life. On the information page, you click on the drop-down arrows and it gives you everything from how the Constitution was made to a breakdown of each of the articles. On the documents page, there are transcripts of the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, and the Declaration of Independence. And those pictures are links to them. And on the quizzes page, there are 3 quizzes over the preamble, the Bill of Rights, and the Constitution, and the huge American flag is a link to the escape room. The citations page has exactly what it sounds like, citations and bibliography. And finally, on the Constituting America page is a referral to the We the Future contest and Constituting America.
Well, that's great. You did such a good job with that. And we love your escape room you have on there. And it maybe we could just go back to the escape room for just a minute. I'm going to pull that site back up, because we all just think this escape room is so cool. And tell us, if someone wants to play the escape room, what do they do? How do they get started?
So you get started by scrolling down, and some of those pictures are links and some of them are not. So you got to find all the links. And then once you click on it, there's a clue to one of the answers in the Google form. And then there's also a clue to where the next clue is. There's a clue to which picture the next clue is under.
Click on a picture, we might get a clue.
Yes.
How that works. Let's click on, so the White House doesn't have a clue. Want to try on one of the flags? Okay, we may not, the clicking may, there we go. We got a clue. So you click on
number 2.
So you pictures and you try to find the first clue. And this is just really fun. The escape is a lot of fun. So Wyatt, tell us, how did you get started with coming up with your STEM idea, your quizzes, and blending it with the Constitution?
So my science teacher, Miss Lawton, made entering the contest a test grade. So I had to do it, and then I wanted to do a website because I just enjoy making websites, and I decided to make it as interesting as possible. So I took everything I knew about the Constitution, plus a little bit more from the internet, and I put it into the quizzes and escape room.
Well, that's great. You did a super job on it. And I think we're going to be dropping into the Q&A queue a link to your website so that our listeners can explore it too after this program. Now, tell us, sometimes it seems like science and the Constitution don't really go together. Can you tell our listeners a little bit about why the Constitution matters in STEM fields?
The way I see it, the Constitution doesn't like directly influence the STEM fields. It more provides a framework for them to operate on. Like freedom of press, you can share your work in scientific journals or papers, and freedom of speech, you can talk about your new ideas, and nobody can shut you down.
Well, that's great. And Wyatt, you had the opportunity to join Constituting America for our winter's trip in Washington, D.C. this summer. And it seemed, that was only about 3 months ago, but time sure has flown since then. Can you tell us a little bit about what it was like and what you learned?
I thought it was awesome. I learned a lot about the Constitution and our government in general from the trip and all the places we went, like the Pentagon and the Supreme Court. My favorite thing that happened was we went to the Pentagon. It was great. Definitely recommend it.
And what did you enjoy most when you were at the Pentagon that we saw?
Walking through the hallways are enormous. So walking through the hallways, there's all these like cases of historical things and like little dioramas on the walls and stuff, and you're just walking through the military headquarters of the United States. And oh look, there's a history thing next to you.
Yeah, it is really amazing. And you're right, the Pentagon is so large. There is a lot of walking on that tour, but it's a lot of fun. So Wyatt, thank you so much for being on. Next we have our high school STEM winner, Claire Zhu. Claire is a junior at Bridgewater Raritan High School in New Jersey, and Claire learned to code during the COVID-19 pandemic and helps her community by teaching Python classes to young kids over Zoom. Claire had a very creative project coding a chatbot to teach people about the Constitution. So Claire, welcome to our program today. And we're going to ask if you could give us a quick demo of your chatbot and discuss the process of creating it. So I think we're going to pull that up and ask you to just walk us through it a little bit.
Hi, of course, thank you so much for having me. So I created a chatbot. I named it the Constitution chatbot. Here we go, right here. So I coded it in Python. So if you can kind of see in the code, there's 3 kind of main sections to it. So at the beginning, there is a little introduction to the user. So it asks a couple questions about like, what's your name? How well do you know the Constitution? And then it kind of really gets into the history of the Constitution. You can see it. We're kind of going through it right now. And then near the end, you can kind of organize it yourself, but there's explanations of each section. So we go through the preamble and then the articles, and then lastly, the amendments. Kind of talking about the code a little bit while we look at the chatbot. It starts off with a couple of input prompts for that introduction, and then there's while loops for each section. So you can also see in the code that there are a lot of different branches and kind of else if going on, because one of my main goals when I was coding this too was ensure there was a lot of backup responses for any kind of answer that you could give. So if you want to try running it a bunch of different times, you can see that you might get something different every time, which is pretty cool. So something that I think is great about my chatbot is that it provides information in a relatively like easy to understand and organized way. So it's kind of fun, and you can learn a lot of stuff from it.
Well, thank you, Claire. And I love, as we're filling out the answers here on the chatbot, and again, we'll put a link to this program in our Q&A as well. But, I like it when you start up here with, on a scale of 1 to 5, how much do you know about the Constitution? And we, just for fun, we answered 1, which is not a lot. And the chatbot tries to make us feel better. It says, totally fine, we'll learn together. So, and that's what we're doing today, is learning together. And we are just so happy to have you as one of our winners. And, I was wondering, there were a lot of, when we do our STEM category contest prompts, we leave it pretty open-ended. We tell people you can create a website, which Wyatt did, and did a beautiful, beautiful website. Or you can create an app. And one year, Tova Kaplan, who is our National Youth Director, created an app. And actually, that's the app that we use now at Constituting America, which is available in.
Wow.
But, we didn't even think say you could create a chat bot, but you thought of that all on your own and you submitted it, and it was a wonderful idea. So tell us a little bit, how did you come up with the idea of making a chat bot, and what was your process in creating it?
Well, I would say it's actually kind of a funny story. It actually wasn't my first idea. When I was thinking about my contest entry, I actually wanted to make like some kind of video game kind of situation, but I never actually got that far. I switched my idea to a chatbot actually, because I was using a website one day and I had a few questions, and I asked a customer sales bot to kind of help me out. And in, like, no offense to this website or this organization at all, but the bot was just not very helpful. And the conversation kept kind of going around in circles. So I was getting really frustrated, and to the point where I thought to myself, like, hey, I could totally make something like this for this contest I'm interested in entering. So I actually wrote up a little project outline on the Constitution. I did some research and I wrote up pseudocode for the structure of what I wanted it to look like. So when I was coding up the bot, a really big goal of mine was to make it very casual and human-like. So I really made sure all of my information was accurate, but also like easy to understand and interesting. So my process of coding it up, I started with more of the straightforward answers, and then I added support the couple of days after for the more unique cases in case someone mistyped or they wrote something that was abnormal. Something that I did find really cool when I was making my sharing my chatbot was I shared it with a bunch of people on the internet online, and they actually provided constructive criticism on how I can make it better, which is really cool to have like some kind of community where you can help improve each other's skills.
Yeah, no, that's a great idea. And I think that was really interesting that you basically shared, I guess you would call it maybe a beta version, and provide feedback. And that's so important, I think, in all the STEM fields when we're testing new things. And I love how you were inspired by a chatbot that didn't work so well. You tried to on it, which I think that you really did. Now, tell us, when creating your entry, what did you learn both about computer science and about the Constitution?
I learned a lot. I've known Python for a while now, but it was great actually having a chance to put my skills to use and like actually creating something with it. A cool thing that I did learn was that little like typewriter action where each letter kind of appears one by one. I know this is more of like a cosmetic trick, but it makes the bot seem a little more interesting and realistic, I would say. As for the Constitution, my research definitely taught me a lot of new information about this, like such a important historical document. Being born and educated in America, of course, I've always had like basic knowledge about it, but by creating this project, I really like deepened my understanding and appreciation for it. Something that's kind of funny is I never really thought the preamble was all that important of the Constitution, but now I can see that it's like a really great introduction to it, and it really just like sets that standard that we the people control the country. So I hope that when people use my chatbot, they can kind of get a similar return, whether that be like a new view of the Constitution or just like a cool fact.
Well, that's great. And it's just, so many people don't really see how STEM and the Constitution go together. And your chatbot really ties it all together. And I think your answer just tied it all together. So we want to turn to focus a little bit different angle here on the chatbot. And many people have recently been discussing the ethical implications of technologies like chatbots, specifically ChatGPT. Since you actually coded a chatbot, could you share your take on the ethical implications of chatbots? And how did you research to ensure that your chatbot answers were fair and accurate?
Wow, this is a great question. Well, personally, I think that the developments of chatbots like ChatGPT are definitely really, really cool. I can say that they are a lot more advanced than the one that I made. But I definitely see where people are coming from when they worry about like the ethical implications of them. I know when ChatGPT was first getting popular, there were a lot of schools and even my school, especially, that were concerned about using ChatGPT for like cheating and like if they're using them on assignments. And I like there are of course concerns about the fact that these chatbots are constantly improving and learning. And I guess who knows what it might develop into and all of those like safety and privacy issues. But just in my opinion, I still feel like we should be embracing the sheer like technological advancement that these chatbots are, despite these concerns. And maybe as like a possible solution is to set down more like preventative measures instead of limiting their development. For my chatbot specifically, I made sure all of my answers were accurate by taking information directly from credible outside resources. So we have the White House website and there's like college library pages. So I think this could definitely help AI chatbots feel more kind of credible in the fact that if they maybe included resources or where they got this information from, that would give it more of like a solid foundation.
Well, thank you. It's really impressive, and it's the first chatbot that we have ever had to our STEM category of our We the Future contest. So you're definitely breaking new ground. And so, Claire, we're so proud of you, and Wyatt, I think you're still on with it. We're so proud of you. Y'all have just two outstanding projects that students watching are going to be able to explore and learn so much about the Constitution through what you all did. And so we want to thank you for entering and thank you for being on with us today. And Claire, we're going to see you again on our segment on how to have a civil civic conversation, I believe coming up at 2:30 Eastern. So Wyatt and Claire, thank you again. And we hope that all the students watching were inspired by those works. A lot of people joining us the last time that we gave shout outs to schools that are on. And so I want to take a minute and just recognize some more of our various schools and individuals who joined us today in our audience. We saw Alexandra Gazinski, who's a former contest winner. Alexandra, we're so glad to have you on with us today in the audience. And Erin Toller, middle school teacher in Bethany, Oklahoma at Bethany Middle School. Erin's a former best lesson plan winner for teacher lesson plan. Erin is with us watching with his class in the audience. We have got Cheryl Deal, a homeschool family is watching. Sam Crutchfield, 6th grade self-contained class at Stoll Elementary in Merced, California is watching. Welcome, Sam Crutchfield's class. Jaime Richmond, or Jamie Richmond, Kennedy Middle School, Mrs. Richmond's class is watching, welcome. And I remember I actually boxed up and shipped your constitutions to you, Mrs. Richmond's class. I remember boxing those up. So we're glad that y'all are with us today. And McCaskey East High School in Lancaster, PA sends another shout out, Jeanette. And let's see, Charlie Crandall with Queen Creek High School. I believe y'all are in Arizona, I'm pretty sure. Welcome for being in our audience today. And I think I boxed your constitutions up too. I wasn't the only one shipping constitutions, but we had the entire team doing it because we shipped out thousands of constitutions before this program. Let's see, Cheryl Deal tells us that Emma with the 9th grade and Braden with the 8th grade are watching. So welcome to those. Jesse Bluma, one of our former Constitution lesson plan winners, is also on with us. And Jesse is a teacher in Orange County, California. And Jesse, we are so glad to have you on. And welcome to your students who are watching with us. Justin Struger, Washington University in St. Louis is represented. And welcome, Justin. We are so happy to have you. Julie Hilton, a homeschool family with Hugwords Academy, is watching. Julie, welcome. We're glad to have you. And then Marie Garrett says, we're Colton and Creighton from Idaho and are homeschooled. We're in 3rd and 10th grade. We are so happy to have you. So if you are watching and we have not given you a shout out and you would like your school or classroom to receive a shout out, please type your classroom in and your school in, and we will be sure and do that. Now, while we have a little time here, we do want to remind everyone watching that all students have 2 extra weeks to enter our contest. On the new deadline for you will be Friday, September 29th. And you just go to our website on constitutingamerica.org. And I know I'm catching our media team here by surprise, but I don't know if maybe the media team could pull up our website real fast while we have a little time. We could show how to enter the contest at constitutingamerica.org. So let's see, we're going to pull up the website. And there is our logo. And it may take a minute. Zoom sometimes has a little bit of a lag time in pulling things up. But I'll go ahead and tell you about it. Constitutingamerica.org, there's a tab across the top, and one of the tabs says contests and scholarships, and there it is, contests and scholarships, and there's a drop down, and there's one that says enter contest, and you can go there and fill your form out and even upload your entry. And then there's another tab, if you go back to contests and scholarships, there's a drop down and it says contest categories, rules, and deadlines. So if you'll click on contest categories, rules, and deadlines, that's where you go to find the different contest prompts. I think Julie Hilton was asking about that a little bit earlier, where the various contest prompts are. So they're right in there. And even in our contest rules and categories, we have tips from past winners on their winning projects and how they won, and giving you some advice on how you can win too. So those are just some great resources that we want to make sure that everyone is informed about. And Karen Morissette actually says, great, we were just going over this at McCaskey East. So they were probably just looking over at McCaskey East how to enter our contest. So thank you for showing, and now our web master is showing us here how to book a speech. And we want to encourage all teachers watching today to, if you go to our constitutingamerica.org website and go to book a speech, you can fill out a form and tell us what kind of speech you would like, if you'd like how to have a civil civic conversation or the relevancy of the Constitution. Mrs. Cranack was describing those earlier. And we have some great pictures from some of our various school speeches. Our founder, the actress Janine Turner, is there. Janine does just such a wonderful job with our school speaking, and there's Jeanette Kranak down below with me, and Jeanette is another one of our principal school speakers, as is Brandon Vandeford and Terry Cherry and Kim Rostick. We've just, Jacob Vanderwerken also does a great job. We also have our 90-day studies, academic resources available on our website. And we even have some fun games if we want to go over and show we have a Constitutions quiz that is very interactive, or you can test your knowledge. So we're gonna wrap up here on the website, and we are getting ready to go to our commercial break. And when we come out on the other side of the commercial break, we encourage you all to stay with us, because we're going to be going to our Constitution and Citizenship workshop that features this year's Turner Marie Scant Jr. winner, Parthiv Varanasi, and Cully Stimson with the Heritage Foundation. It's going to be led by our fabulous founder, actress Janine Turner. So we're going to go to our commercial break, and we'll be right back.
I'm Jonathan Fraser. I'm 15. I won Best Song for Constituting America.
Hi, I'm Kettle Thomas. I'm 15. Also won Best Song for Constituting America with these guys.
I'm Kirk Taylor. I'm 15, and I was also one of the winners.
When we first met Juliet and Janine, they came to our classroom during 6th period. I was like, that sounds good. We can do that. And then she said something about some money. And I was like, yeah, we gonna do that for sure. So then I have 7th period with Kirk Taylor. So, 7th period, I was like, bro, I need you to sing for me. And he was like, oh, okay. He didn't know what we were singing for. Then I went to Caleb during passing period, and I was like, I need you to rap for me. And so that's how we basically got it together. During 7th period, we came up with the chorus. And then we just had him write a verse about the Constitution, and we just pieced it all together and just turned it into an 8th period and just was like, hey, here's the song.
And he won.
Yeah, they came to me like right at the last minute. It was like only 10 minutes left in class when I wrote it.
Founding fathers are the authors of this document. Amendments keep me free out the penitence. Doing sentences. Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson, Franklin. Got hundreds in my pocket, so you know I hang with it.
I think a big way that we're gonna take it back to our community is by showing people, the youth, our song. Music does change the world, and music influences people, and they catch on fast to songs. So yeah.
The Constitution applies to like a lot of situations. I really thought that the Constitution was kind of like just the Bill of Rights, that was like the main thing. But everything in the Constitution is like very important, and it applies to a lot of situations, even situations that we're facing in our society now. So it still has a big impact.
A big thing that I learned when we spoke to Janine, the government doesn't give us our rights. So that means that the government can't take it away, and that's a big part of what we need to know. We're born with our rights. So if anyone thinks that they have the power to take it away, if you have knowledge, you don't have to confine to any ideas. You don't have to be afraid. Let me be, show you what your eyes can see. Working in the studio with Lori was like a great experience. She gave us the opportunity to shine, and she made us feel important.
Everything's very professional, and how we could, have such creative freedom with the song. And
we got so much energy from when she recreated our beat. And it was like, dang, she really did that. We didn't think it was gonna be done.
They're just making us feel important. Like she cared. Time to, and that's hard to find.
She made us feel like, we did something important for everybody, especially how we would want to represent the Constitution in the way that we do music personally. So I just want to thank everybody that picked us and everybody that felt like we were a good fit to be winners.
And the judges, Janine, Kathy, everybody, because this wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for people like them trying to spread the message of the Constitution, giving our youth the knowledge it needs, so they can be knowledgeable of their rights and their freedom.
Giving youth a shield of knowledge, because doing this program itself, not just picking us, but doing the program itself, it'll help people. And it took for me to enter in this competition to realize that Constitution is important. And I feel like it'll take for someone else to hear our songs and the other songs that were made for them to actually understand the true purpose of the Constitution and what it does for each individual person.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Give me a high five.
Young or old, black or white, or anything in between. From employees to entrepreneurs, doctors to detectives, some things define us and set us apart. But there's one thing that binds us. Before anything, we are one thing.
Hello, we are back. It's Janine Turner. I'm Janine Turner, and I am the founder of Constituting America. Happy Constitution Day. Okay, yes, if you're technically counting, it's not today, it's Monday. So on Monday and all weekend, we want y'all to celebrate it like July 4th, because we have the Declaration of Independence for the July 4th, but without the United States Constitution, that Declaration of Independence would have just fizzled. It would be gone by now. So it's the Constitution that uplifts those rights and beliefs that we have in the Declaration of Independence. So Constitution Day is just as important as any other day. Well, any other day. Well, maybe not every other day, but it's just as important as July 4th. So July 4th, happy Independence Day, and September 17th, happy Constitution Day. So we're encouraging everyone to go around on Monday and say, Happy Constitution Day. All righty, are you ready? This is the Citizenship workshop. We still have many more exciting things coming today, a concert and things of that nature. But right now, this is a very important one for me because this is about a scholarship that was for my father, in my father's name. And it was actually my mother's idea to honor my father after he passed in this way. And I think I was a little bit too much of a fog, but it's a great idea. And I'm very proud of it. And all of the winners who win every year are very special to all of us, and especially special to me because it's in honor of my father. So we are talking about the Turner Maurice Gant Jr. Exemplary Citizen Award. And it is an award that is $4,000. It's a scholarship, $4,540, and it's awarded annually by an esteemed panel of judges. And this scholarship, as I said, is in the name of my beloved father. He was one of the inspirations in my life for many things, but one includes founding Constituting America because he was such a great citizen and dedicated his life in many ways to service to our country. He graduated from Athens, Texas. It's where he was raised, and then he was a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point he was the class of 1957. And upon graduation back in that day, you could either choose the Air Force or the Army. Believe it or not, they didn't have the Air Force Academy quite yet. So my father chose the Air Force, and he was one of the first to fly twice the speed of sound, Mach 2, and he was a member of the prestigious Strategic Air Command. And he was one of the first to fly, as I said, the B-58 Hustler at Mach 2, one of the first to do that. My father was brave and honest, resilient man. He inspired me to love my country and he's willing to make sacrifices for her. He also inspired me to study history and to learn values from both history and great patriots. I've always loved biographies, and I've always loved our founding fathers. My mother talks about the day when I was little and the jets would be flying right over my head. So my father also valued our country's founding principles and our founding fathers' wisdom. So it's with this exemplary service that we are honoring him. And within this scholarship, what we look to do is to find young men or women who are graduating from high school in their senior year, who exemplified the 4 stellar principles that my father exemplified. And those are the stellar academic record, stellar athletic excellence. He played football and many other sports, and he played football for West Point as well. Stellar community service and stellar student body leadership. So you can see here on the screen our former winners. And I'm going to introduce this year's winner. But before we start interviewing this year's winner, I'm also going to introduce one of my favorite people in the world. I'm doing 2 introductions back to back here. So first, I would like to introduce this year's winner of the Turner Marie Scant Junior Scholarship, Partif Varanasi, and hopefully a picture there. There he is. Hi. So let me tell you a little bit about Partif. Partif is an 18-year-old who has just graduated from Plano East Senior High School in Plano, Texas. He is attending the University of Texas in Austin. At Austin, I suppose Partif is already there. And he plans to pursue a double major in mathematics and economics. He has been playing tennis for 11 years, serving as the captain of the team, was a leader in his high school's JROTC team, and he led his team to qualify for the JROTC Leadership and Academic Bowl International Championship. And get this, he helped raise over 15,000 pounds of food for the homeless, and that's really amazing. So welcome, Partif, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll be right back, because now I'm going to introduce another stellar individual, one of my favorite people in the world, and I'm going to switch to a different mechanism here so I get it just right. I want to say everything just right for my favorite person in the world here, one of my favorite people. We are also honored to have a great friend of Constituting America, Cully Stimson. Cully is the Deputy Director of the Edwin Meese III Center for Legal and Judicial Studies and Senior Legal Fellow at the Heritage Foundation. He served 30 years in the Navy and retired in 2022 as a 2-time commanding officer with the rank of captain. He also served as a Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, a federal prosecutor, and other government and private sector positions. I like to call you Captain Cully. How would you like to be addressed today?
Just Cully's fine, Janine. Thanks for having me again.
Oh, it's great that you're with us. I'm going to turn up my volume a little bit. Am I going the right direction? Nope, wrong direction. Okay, well, I'm going to move on here now and talk about, I want you to tell us a little bit. We're going to start with you, Captain Cully. Tell us a little bit about yourself and the importance of citizenship for a couple of minutes, and then we're going to go back to Partif.
Well, like you, my dad served. That's his uniform from World War II when he was in the Navy in the Pacific. And then my dad's dad was a pilot in the Navy in the 20s. And so service is sort of part of what we do as Stimson men. And, you know, I would say regarding citizenship, it's a privilege. It's not a right. We tend to take it for granted, especially if we're born here in the United States. But hundreds of millions of people around the world, to them, America is a special place. And every year, as you know, we admit over a million lawful people into the country. And why? Why do people flock from all over the world? I think there's a lot of reasons, Janine, but primarily because we're the only country founded on a creed, that all men were created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And because our federal and state governments derive their power from us, not the king or somebody else, that's unique. And people know that. That's why they come here. And because we have a federal constitution that separates the power co-equally between the 3 branches, and then That's called horizontal separation of powers, and then vertically between the federal government and the states. People know when they come here or when they watch TV or movies that you, the citizen, have the power, and you can give the government only that power that they want. That's not the same in their countries around the world. So as you know, and as this program is highlighted all the time, we have a Bill of Rights, we have the right of free expression, we have the right to practice our religion as we want, freedom of conscience, the right to life, own property, assemble, complain about our government, and numerous other written and unwritten rights. Sorry about the noise, there's construction here, I'll speak up. And in exchange for those privileges, to be a citizen, we got to obey the law. We should respect others' opinions and beliefs. We got to pay our taxes. We should learn our history. And we need to assimilate into our great culture, but also preserve, because we have the freedom to do so, our family history, consistent with our family and religious background. So that's the importance of American citizenship and why millions flock to our shore every year.
Well said, beautifully said, as a matter of fact. And it's learning in the citizenship to honor and respect all these different cultures and people with their own heritage that they bring to the country. And man, look, I love that legacy. I have my father's West Point military uniform. I need to frame it just like you did. You've inspired me even more, you know, but I think you can't inspire me even more. You do. Look, that's a great setup, and I thank your father and your grandfather for their service as well. My father had that legacy too. His dad was in the Navy, and then the legacy goes on in our family as well. Okay, well, now let's go back, Captain Coley, to Partif, because Partif is our winner of the Turner Maurice Gant Jr. Exemplary Citizen Award. And Partif, we're very, very proud of you. Are you talking to us today from the University of Texas in Austin?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Is it still really hot there?
It rained yesterday, so it's finally cooled down, but otherwise it's it's been hot.
I know. Well, I'm glad we've had a little rainstorm. I'm a Texan too, so but I'm in New York City right now. Well, we're so proud of you, and I know my father's proud of you. And looking down today at this special moment, and it has appreciation and happiness in his heart that you are the winner this year. And so, as we talked about, there are four stellar pillars. And this is kind of a weird question, because it's kind of like, well, tell us, but I mean, you obviously have been inspired in these four pillars of academic excellence and citizenship and athleticism and community service. So talk to us about how did you become inspired to fulfill and imbue these type of pillars in your life?
Yeah, so I kind of owe it all to my senior Army instructor back in the JROTC program. He would always preach and say, like, it's not enough to just be a student or just be an athlete. You can be the greatest leader, but without education, like, what can you do, right? And so he always really emphasized the importance of well-roundedness. And so through my years in high school, I really try to focus on all the aspects of my life. Academically, I was in the International Baccalaureate program, which is like an international criteria that's accepted all over the world for like a high school diploma. And that really taught me how to critically think for myself and how to convey my ideas through writing and speaking, which was really invaluable to me. I also was on the varsity tennis team for all 4 years. I've played tennis for like as long as I can remember. I rock climb. I like running. I'm looking to do a half marathon this year here in Austin. And I think it really, like, without a strong body, it's impossible to have a strong mind or to do what you intend to do. And so that's always been like a priority for me. When it comes to community service, as mentioned, it's like been ingrained in me to help and extend whatever I can to those maybe less fortunate. And so in high school, it was a priority for me. It was one of the top things, whether it was in ROTC, whether it was in tennis or the IB program. I was always participating in community service just to do whatever I could for my local community. And even here, I'm part of, I've joined volunteer organizations. And then lastly, perhaps most importantly, leadership. You can be as smart as you want in the classroom, but there's some lessons that you can only learn from being a leader and, working with people, guiding them. And so those experiences as being captain of the tennis team and being the battalion commander were really invaluable. Like those lessons I couldn't learn anywhere else.
Well, when we presented the award to you in your classroom, I could see the admiration that your fellow students had for you. So it's obvious that you were a humble and effective and very good leader. Talk to us a little bit. This is off script a little bit. I know you can handle it. For those who don't know, talk to us about what the JROTC is.
So the Junior Reserves Officer Training Corps, the JROTC, is it's a citizenship program that uses the Army values, or at my high school, it was Army JROTC, but there's Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines. And they use the values of the military to instill citizenship values in young people. It's not really a recruitment thing for the military, but the mission is to motivate young people to be better citizens. And so really like it goes along with the scholarship, because for 4 years, I really was learning the values of our nation, of what the military stands on, citizenship, what it means to be a citizen and to live by the cadet creed that they believe in. And so a lot of what I love about the country, what I love about, the Constitution has derived from what I learned in that classroom, because it's not a very conventional class that most people take. But I'm so grateful that I took it, because really, I do think that in high schoolers these days and young people, there's a little bit of a lack of light on, our foundations and the fundamentals of what this country is about. And so JROTC really taught me so much about like the history and, what it means to be a citizen of this country.
What beautifully stated. If you're in these, is this a course offered so our students understand, in public schools?
Yes, I think there's like 1,740 programs across the US. So there's a lot.
That's really wonderful. Well, they've obviously done a terrific job. Though I think you innately, were raised really terrifically, and just you're born with this type of seeking. You have to be able to. My father loved the poet Robert Browning, and he would stand up and quote poetry, and he would say, he would quote Robert Browning: "A man's reach must exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for?" So you emulate that as well. Seeking, always seeking, and trying to do your best. Well, I think that it's time for me to toss it to Captain Cully, who also has some questions.
So if you had a chance now to run the ROTC program or to run a citizenship program, and you could only focus on 3 to 5 things, what would it be?
I think the first thing I would work on I would implement is the leadership values and the communication values that for us, the Army use. It taught me a lot about the responsibility of leadership, but also the authority that comes with leadership, whether that's delegating or, how to work in an organized structure. We were in the structure of an Army infantry unit. And so that really taught me a lot about leadership and how to work with my peers as well as my subordinates. And, that was invaluable. I would also implement lessons on the Constitution itself. We had a whole lesson where we had to memorize the preamble. And the preamble is really, really a powerful message. And it's, I think, one of the most powerful introductions to any document to exist. It's very specific and it's very purposeful in what it says. And I think a lot of times students tend to overlook it in their history classes. They just see it as, just a collection of words. But the preamble really is a powerful message to start any sort of document with, especially if it's the framing of a nation. And then I think finally, the last lesson I would implement is how to be, what it means to be a citizen, what civic responsibilities and civic duties are, and to really educate, young people how they can exercise their civic duties. Because I think often we just feel like, or at least young people feel like they are American and they are American citizens, but they don't know what comes with that, or, how they can exercise their rights as an American citizen, and, the importance that with those duties.
Well, I really like your three-part answer. Let me pick up on the second and third part and try to tie it into my last question for you. And that is, what strategies do you think, since you're a teen, are you still 19? Are you 19?
I am 18.
Okay, so you're still in your teens. What strategies can work to effectively inspire your peers or other high schoolers to take an active role in civic affairs, which is essentially living out the freedoms embodied in the Constitution? Like, what concrete things would you suggest?
I think the Constitution needs to be presented in multiple forms for people to take notice. I think that's something Constituting America is doing right now, which is a precedent in this field. Not a lot of organizations or historical institutions are trying to do that, to try to present this content in a form that teens would look forward to or be more likely to engage with. Because I think right now the issue with acknowledging the Constitution or teens being interested in this stuff is that there isn't really a discussion for them to partake in. Often it's something that's just being handed to them, and it's really easy to just put it in one ear and let it go out. And social media is a great tool. Teens are interacting with social media because there's so much stimulus, there's the opportunity for feedback, there's comments. And so when they engage with content like celebrities or artists or whatever on social media, they feel like they can give their input, and it means something to them because they can respond. So if we take those same principles and apply it to something as big as the Constitution, take a specific amendment, take the freedom of speech, talk about, what does the First Amendment mean? And you put that in social media, allow people to give their own input, they feel like their voice has meaning, and they will enter the discussion. It's not them being told something. They feel like their voice matters and they can give their own perspective.
Well, I love that. And basically meet them where they are is what you're saying.
Right.
Great. Janine, over to you.
Oh, great. Partif, can't wait to meet you in person. So when I get back to Texas, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
So proud of you. I know my dad is too. Okay, so now we're going to, Coley, I want to ask you a few questions because you are an inspiration yourself. And you were on our radio show. You've just been always, you're still a man. You served your country in the armed forces, but now you're serving your country in so many other ways. And you've been a great service to us at Constituting America. And we are always so incredibly grateful. And you were on our Constitutional Chats podcast. And we were all very inspired by your 12 civic virtues that citizens could follow. So would you like to talk a little bit about those?
Sure. Well, I feel the same way this young man feels about Constituting America. I mean, if we could just make everyone watch Constituting America, America would be a better place. And they're more informed about what it is to be a citizen and have the privilege of citizenship. So the 12 civic virtues that I talked about are self-governance, in other words, to be self-controlled or avoiding extremes, 1. 2 is prudence, sort of practical wisdom. 3 is courage, to take constructive action in the face of fear or danger and stand firm as a person of character. Do the right thing when no one's looking. 4, honor. Demonstrate good character and integrity in thinking and in your actions. 5, humility. I mean, I bet you, I've never met your father, of course, never had the privilege. I bet he was humble. My dad was. My dad's dad certainly was. And I think the greatest men and women out there as role models are humble. 6, integrity. Always tell the truth. 7, justice. Obey the rule of law and apply it evenly and respect the rights and dignity of everyone. 8, moderation. Avoid excesses. 9, perseverance or grit. Forge on no matter how hard it gets. 10, respect. Honor your body and mind as gifts from God and extend that respect to everyone else. And the last 2 are 11 is responsibility. Use good judgment and demonstrate trustworthiness over long periods of time by making decisions in the best long-term interests of others. And last, vigilance. Be alert and attentive to the needs of others. And I think, of course, as I said last time we talked about this, if our politicians adopted even half of these, there'd be higher approval ratings. And if they adopted all of them, they'd be serving the country's goods, and we wouldn't have this sort of vituperative nature of politics as an ugly sport.
That's a big word. Say that word again. What kind of nature?
Vituperative, ugly.
There you go. You always get me with a new word every time I talk to you.
Yeah.
What's that?
Fighters, pugilists, combatants. Yeah.
I love it. I'm a writer, but I always learn new words with you. Well, and I think that all these virtues, if we could just separate from the party system and just enact in Congress, not representatives, we just focus on those 12 virtues and not so much about party. But so I'm having these images and these thoughts, of a legacy of Captain Cully Stimson's 12 virtues. So I think this is going to become a thing. I really do. We'll have to figure out how you want that header to be, but it's going to be remembered, like Paul Revere and Thomas Paine or George Washington. They're really good.
I'm sure Janine and Kathy and the rest of your gang, you all learned the same darn ones from your parents at their knee when you were a baby, and you learned it from your first grade teacher. And that's just sort of the DNA of Americans. We so fall short because we're human, but this isn't brain surgery. I mean, these are civic virtues that we've been taught as youngsters.
Yes, they are. And I could talk to you all day, and we have to go now, but I do want to talk this last question, like a 30-second answer. You served as Deputy Chief Judge of the Navy Marine Corps Trial Judiciary and as the commanding officer of the preliminary hearing unit. What has your time working in the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps taught you about the importance of Constitution and civic duty? We've already really answered this, but I just want to kind of get out those great credits of things that you've done. But you can still give us a quick 30-second answer.
Yeah, upholding the law and in the separation of powers, the beautiful separation of powers that our founders put together, it is the province of the judiciary to say what the law is and apply it evenly. That's it. Not a policymaker, not a legislator, not an executive. You're just there. And so if you stay in your lane and do your job as a judge, justice will happen.
Well, there you go. Well said. Okay, I hear Kathy. I think we have to wrap this up. It's time to go to commercial break. Thank you, Captain Coley. Partif, if you're still around, Partif, we're so proud of you. Congratulations. You may have gone back to class. And we'll be right back. There he is, Partif. Congratulations again for the Turner.
Thank you for having me.
Junior Exemplary Citizen Award. You amplify it. We're very proud of you. Thank you. Look forward to seeing great things from you. I know that's going to happen. All right. So we're going to catch a commercial break and we'll be right back with more.
Thank you.
Hello, America. Tom Hand here with Americana Corner. I want to thank my friends at Constituting America for the great work that they do. Under Janine's and Kathy's leadership, they have created a real jewel to help spread the American word. They are teaching our fellow citizens to revere our Constitution and the incredible founding fathers who drafted the document. Constituting America is an organization I am proud to support.
Hi, my name is Brandon Vanderford, and I'm the former media director and current financial advisor for the Board of Directors for Constituting America. I've been with the organization for about 10 years, and while I've enjoyed watching our social media outreach grow during that period of time, one of the most satisfying parts of the organization to me is both attending and participating in the social outreach that Janine does with her school speeches, because you get to see immediately whether or not a student, is understanding or getting what you're understanding what you're saying in real time, and by the end of it, you really get a sense of these students walking away having learned actual real knowledge about the Constitution. And it's also a great way to extend to these students the ability to participate in our other programs or become more involved in our social media outreach, and to apply for scholarships and which lead to tons of more opportunities for these students years down the line. They just become a part of the Constituting America family.
Has that been a partisan issue, or is there a general consensus from all parties that this is something that we need to do?
You know, Tova, that is a great question.
How do you think COVID-19 will affect this relationship between China and the United States?
Man, you guys are smarter than Congress. You guys should run.
If you could describe more about how the internal debates and disagreements among our founding fathers ultimately shaped the way that our electoral college system functions today.
Right. Well, that's a great question. I appreciate that. I was wondering how you think that this speech would have been different if it would have been written by a speechwriter rather than coming from the heart and soul of President Abraham Lincoln.
That's a good point. A great question, not necessarily easy to answer, though.
Right.
It's a great question. I think that's actually a very good question.
I think that's a great question.
Yeah, tough questions.
I try.
So, Janine, that's an excellent point.
Finally, we've been doing this for 2 months. I finally get a good question.
Our future's in good hands.
In 2011, a Newsweek poll asked 1,000 people, what is the supreme law of the land? 70% couldn't answer correctly. The right answer? The Constitution. People may ask, what's the point in knowing the U.S. Constitution if it doesn't affect your everyday life? Well, newsflash, it does affect your everyday life. I can give you at least 3 of many possible ways that actually does affect you. Please try to prove me wrong. Do you read the newspaper every morning or even an online blog? Do you go to church? Have you ever voted before or thought about voting? If you said yes to any of these, then ding, 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 you are affected by the Constitution on a daily basis. Now you may be saying, great, so it affects me. I've been doing fine so far, not really knowing the Constitution. Why should that change? Well, it saves you from awkwardly misquoting it in front of someone important. It can also help with voting decisions. Is your candidate focusing on the parts of the Constitution that are important to you? As Americans, we're lucky to have the Constitution to guarantee our rights. We owe it to the Founding Fathers to learn and know it.
Well, welcome to our segment on how the First Amendment empowers you. Today, our founder, actress Janine Turner, is going to teach you how to remember your 5 First Amendment rights and use them to make change that you may want to make in your community. As Janine always says, there may be something you want to change, maybe something you want to keep. But these 5 First Amendment rights empower you, and Janine is going to teach us all about it. Now, if you're watching with your class today, type your name and school in the Q&A, and we'll do our best to give you a shout out at the end of the workshop. Without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to our founder, Emmy and 3-time Golden Globe nominated actress, the heart and soul of Constituting America, Janine Turner. And Jacob, I think you're gonna, there we go.
Are you ready to learn about the First Amendment? It's my favorite thing. I love talking about the First Amendment. I am Janine Turner. I'm an actress by trade, but I'm also the founder and co-president of Constituting America. So I'm gonna read something to you from the Declaration of Independence. First page. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So to secure our rights, to make sure we keep our rights, Says here, governments are instituted, governments are made, that we men and women make them, and that these governments get their power from us, from our consent. The fact that we say yes or no, from our consent, that's you and that's me. We are the ones. A lot of times when we learn about the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights, we think, that's just sort of, well, maybe not the Bill of Rights, especially the Constitution. That's just something that they do up there in Washington, D.C. And I'm going to learn how the government works. And okay, that's what they are doing. Remember, the government is you. The government's me. We are the ones that hire and fire these members of the government. We need to pay attention. It's we. They are up there due to the fact that we consented. We said yes, or we said no. Well, they're not there if we said no. But if we said yes, they're there because we said so. Remember, the power, I want you to feel empowered. The power is with you. So I want to talk to you today about the Constitution. People go, oh yeah, the Constitution, whatever. You know, some guys with tights and wigs a very long time ago. No. If you're voting, if you're going to church, if you're reading the newspaper, if you're on social media, that's because of the United States Constitution, and especially this First Amendment. You have that right because the Constitution, what's so unique about our Constitution? The checks and balances. It prevents tyranny. It prevents tyranny from happening. A king or a queen or a dictator. It doesn't happen because we have checks and balances that say, no, you can't have that much power. We're going to put a stop to that. The legislative branch pays attention to the executive branch, and the judicial branch pays attention to they all watch each other and say, nope, you crossed the line. You cannot do that. So those checks and balances are very important. And because of those checks and balances laid out in the United States Constitution, which we're celebrating today, because our founding fathers signed it on September 17th, 1787, it's because of this Constitution that we have these checks and balances, and that's why we have a First Amendment. All right, what is the First Amendment? Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, of the press, of the right of the people peaceably to assemble, or to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So what does that mean? That's the First Amendment of the Bill of Rights. It means we amended the Constitution. We added something to it. Congress shall make no law establishing a religion. Well, that means Congress, back in the day, the 1700s, certain states, you had to be Anglican, or you had to be, Catholic, whatever you were, you had to be, especially Anglican, you had to be an Anglican, and you paid taxes to that church. And that became a big problem with the Baptists. One of the reasons we launched this country was for freedom of religion. So people wanted to be free to be a Baptist or Catholic or Muslim, or, whatever their heritage may be. They wanted to be able to have freedom of religion. So Congress cannot establish a religion. That's also no religious test. If you want to be a member of the government and serve your country, there's no religious test. You don't have to be an Anglican or whatever. So they're not going to make any laws. States can do whatever they want, but not the federal government. And prohibiting the free exercise thereof. They can't stop you from expressing your religious freedom. Isn't that beautiful? All right. So now I'm going to talk about the other four. By the way, a way to remember the First Amendment is think about a rap song. Raps. R-A-P-P-S. Raps. So the next time you think, what are my First Amendment rights? You think, oh, that lady told me something about raps, a rap song. See that? R-A-P-P-S. So this is how you can always remember: religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. All right. So one of the things I want to talk with you about today is how can you change something in your neighborhood that you might want to change? This is why I've talked about how to use the government and the Constitution for you. It's not just something they do up there in Washington, D.C. How does it affect you? Well, whenever I give a speech in classes, I ask the kids, think about something you would like to change in the government, or that you would like to change in your neighborhood, something you want to just change in your community. And so they all think about it. And here are some ideas. So you thinking about what you might want to change? All right. Well, here's some things other kids have said, other students. They want street lights in their neighborhoods. I want street lights in my neighborhood. It's too dark. Some students say, I want congressional term limits. In other words,
a limit, like to the president, can only serve 2 terms, 8 years. Some people might say, I want a federal balanced budget. Or someone might say, I want to be able to dig a well in my backyard. I have a student that, I don't know, for some reason they're being prevented from doing that. That's probably a state issue, but we're going to pretend like it's federal. So whatever you might want to change, I have kids say, we all deserve a key to the community pool without paying $20. Or other students will say, too many potholes in my neighborhood. Or they'll say, too much trash. And we'll think, okay, well, how can you can, the one thing you don't want to feel is powerless. Like there's nothing I can do. And that's why I want you to feel empowered, to realize because of our Constitution, there is something we can do. All right. A lot of people, what they do when they think, oh, I want this to change. What's the first thing people do? Well, the first knee-jerk reaction that people want to do is they want to run to the streets and protest to change something. And of course, peaceably, the right to peaceably assemble is something we can do. However, a lot of times people just run and they do a protest, and then the news comes up and they say, why are you here? And they say, well, I don't know, other people are here. And so I'm like, here, yeah. There's no clarity of thought. We are a nation of laws. That's how our government works. Laws. Just like you have rules in your school, we have laws in our neighborhood, we have laws in our state, country. So laws, that's how we operate. Our founding fathers were very worried about mob passion, where things get really unruly and very confusing. So you could start with an assembly if you wanted to. Sometimes you need to start with an assembly that's small, but you could go out to the streets. But I always think maybe that's not the best way to start, because if someone's interviewing you on the street, wouldn't it be great to know exactly what you want and to have all the people in the assembly and in the assembly or the march to know exactly what they want? Pinpoint it. I had a professor once when I was writing essays in college, and he would say, hit the nail on the head in the essay. He wanted us to really hit the nail on the head. I want to know exactly what you're talking about. Well, that way, if you're out in an assembly, in a protest, and they say, why are you here? You can say, well, I've written a petition, and this is exactly what we want. Aha, you have a chance to get things done. So here's how I think it should be done. Start with a petition. Whatever you want to change, let's say you want streetlights in a neighborhood. You have petition, speech, press, and assembly, where religion isn't a part of this. So start with a petition. Write down your thoughts, all right? So what do? We take a piece of paper like this. You can't really see it because I have this background on. And you write down, let's say, street lights in my neighborhood. That's all you have to do, right? Street lights. Street lights in my neighborhood. I don't know if you can see this. So you write it down on a piece of paper. And I'll give you an example. I did one once. And then you come up with ideas. First of all, you would write things that you didn't like. It's too dark. It's dangerous. I can't see. Kids might be playing in the street and cars can't see them. Write all the reasons why you want it to change. Then write your ideas about what is needed. I think we need 10 lights on 5 streets or 10 lights on 2 streets. So see, you're already thinking about specifically what you want. Here's mine. I wrote this Truth Act based on James Madison, who said, it will be of little avail to the people that the laws are made by men of their own choice, because we get to vote for them. If the laws are so voluminous that they cannot be read, meaning so many pages, we can't read it, or so incoherent that they can't be understood. I don't understand anything I'm reading. James Madison said, if that's happening, why have a government and why elect your own officials if you can't understand anything that's going on? So my petition, if you can see it there, was about limiting the page numbers of the bills. I wanted the bills, instead of being 2,000 pages in Washington, D.C., to be 30. So if you can see what I did, I created an acronym, TRUTH, T-R-U-T-H. And the T stood for the bill should be 30 pages. The R, our representatives should read the bill. A U, that our representatives should understand the bill. T, that they testify under oath that they read the bill before they vote on it. And H, that it's heard, that they read it to the American people. Thomas Jefferson wanted that, to the bill to be exposed to the people for a lengthy period of time. So we know what's going on. Remember, they make decisions based on our consent, if you say yes or no. But how can we say yes or no if we don't know? We don't know what they're voting on. We need to know what's happening, what it is. So this was my petition. All right. So start with the petition, take a piece of paper, write streetlights in my neighborhood or whatever your idea is, and come up with ideas, why it needs to be done and how it can be done. That's your petition. Now what's next? If you look back at that rack slide, what would you do next? Now you have your petition. You know very clearly what you want. What right would you use next? This is, by the way, why all these rights are so important. And billions of people in the world cannot do this. They do not have the freedoms to do this. They don't have the freedom to do this in China and in Iran, a lot of places, Iraq, questionable in Iraq. They probably did somewhat in Iraq, but Afghanistan, can't do that right now. So there are a lot of places all over the world where they do not have the right to do this. All right, so you've written your petition. What would you use next? Speech. That's why speech is so important. It's not just to say, to express your opinion. Speech is important because if you want to change something in the government, you have the right to say it. You can't say that in China. You can't say that in Iran. There's so many places where you cannot say, I don't like what the government's doing and I want to change it. You'll end up in jail or some terrible place. So in America, we can speak. So now you have your petition and you can say, I want the bills like mine, my Truth Act. I want the bills to be smaller, or we need more lights in our neighborhood. So now you're using your speech. Now you can talk about it, and you talk about it to family and friends. This is how bills are made in Washington, D.C. This is how they're supposed to be made. Your representative and my representative, where we hire them and we fire them and we pay for them, by the way, with tax money from our paychecks, they go up to Washington, D.C. They're not supposed to go, hocus pocus, what do I want to change today? No, they're supposed to have your ideas. Hey, I want more lights in my neighborhood or in the country, whatever, and I want you to deal with this in Washington, D.C. Your ideas are what they're supposed to be talking about. And how can they know about them if you don't write a petition and get it very specific and then use your speech to talk about it? That's why it's so important. So what would you do next? We've used petition. We've used speech. What would be next? Well, what I think would be next would be the press. You need more people to know about it. You need more people. So now you call your local newspaper. You call a local television station. You call a national television station. Just think about it. If you got something online, say at your local paper, the Dallas Morning News or the Fort Worth Star Telegram, I'm from Texas, whatever your local newspaper is, it's going to probably go on the internet now, and people can see it all over. And suddenly now you have a link, and you can use that link if your parents allow you to go on social media and now promote your idea. So press is like throwing have you ever thrown a little flat rock into the lake, skim a rock, and it ripples out further and further and further? That's what you want to do. You're using your speech, but now what other tool do you have in your toolbox? And the First Amendment, our First Amendment rights are the tools in your toolbox. I've used my petition tool. I'm using my speech tool, but I want more people to know about it. So I'm going to use my press tool. See why it's so important? We need the press to keep a check on the government. We need the press to say, I want to change things. Now you plan your assembly. When you go to the press, you say, I've written a petition. A lot of times I'm speaking to junior high and high school kids and say, I'm 13 years old and I've written a petition and we've set an assembly for, where are we now? Like October 20th. And we would like, you tell that to the newspaper. And so now you have your assembly. What do you do? Who do you call? Who do you call? Well, you're using your speech, you've written your petition, you do your speech, you call the press, you have your assembly planned. By the way, I would take your petition that you've written and you've typed out, and I would have it copied. Let me see this one at all. I'd have it copied and pass it out to everybody in your assembly. So now when the press comes and says, why are you here? You say, oh, well, I have a Truth Act and I want A, B, C, D, and E, and F done. This is why I'm here. I'd be very specific, and won't they be impressed? Who do you call, by the way? Not Ghostbusters. Who you call is your congressman or congresswoman in your neighborhood. That's what's so cool about our government. A lot of people think you call the president or the president's the most important person in the country. Really? Can we get to the president? Can we talk to the president? No. Does the president probably really care about lights in our neighborhood? No. And you would also probably go to local and state government for this, but we're talking national today. The president, you can't just walk up and fly to DC and talk to the president, but you can talk to your House of Representatives representative, or even your senator. This is why the government's so great. The legislative branch, the executive branch, the judicial branch. You can't even talk to the president, but your representative from the House of Representatives lives in your neighborhood. And you can go online with parents' permission and Google who represents me and put in your zip code, and you can find out everyone that represents you if you don't know who your local congressman is. And you don't even have to vote to be able to accomplish something like this. You could do it at age 12, 13. And so you call your representative, let's say Representative Smith. You say, hello, Representative Smith. I'm 13 years old. I have a petition. And with this petition, I would like more street lights in my neighborhood. And then you say to him, and I have an article in the press, and I have 4,000, 5,000 people signed up, or 440, doesn't matter. It's all important to him, her. And we are having an assembly on October 20th, and we would like to know if you'd like to come. Now, you have two choices. You could just call your representative, and you can do this and say, I want more streetlights. And they'll take a note, hang up. That's all right. Or you can call and say, I want more streetlights, and I have a petition. And I've used my speech, and my local newspaper did an article, and now some national news picked it up. And so now it's sort of a local, national, really big deal. And we have a lot of people signed up for this, and we have an assembly. All of a sudden, your representative is going to pay attention because they're going, uh-oh, this person's making a lot of noise. I better pay attention to this person, and I better look at this petition. I better go to that assembly because you've really thought it through, and you're thinking like a law. You're thinking about how you want things done. It's not confusing at all. It's very specific. And so I think there's a lot of power in that, a lot of power for you. You no longer feel powerless. It's not a good feeling to feel powerless and to think I live in this situation and there's nothing I can do to change it. That's why people love America. And that's why people are crossing the border now, and all these throngs of people want to come to America. Why is that? We may not be perfect as a country because no one's perfect, because we're human beings and we're not angels. We're not perfect, and we haven't been perfect. We're not necessarily perfect, but we, as Americans, have the opportunity to make our lives better. We have the opportunity to speak our thoughts and fight for things that we would like to be different. And we can write our petitions, and we can use our speech, and we can call the press, and we can have a peaceful assembly. And we don't feel powerless because we've been given these tools in our toolbox in the First Amendment. And with these tools in the toolbox, we can feel empowered, and we can create change. We can make things happen. We're not told just to sit there and be quiet. And there's a saying that says, a lot of people don't know what this means. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Kids are like, what does that mean? Well, if you have 4 wheels on a car and 3 sound just perfect, but 1 wheel's making some noise, which wheel are you going to pay attention to? You're going to listen to the wheel that's making the noise. I'm like, I wonder why that wheel's making a noise. Well, that's what it takes. In a very peaceful and legal and thoughtful and reasonable way to say, I can use my First Amendment in the United States Constitution, and I can, in a thoughtful, legal, peaceful manner, I can have my voice be heard. And if I get and it may take some time, but if I get enough people behind me, and I really persevere, which means continue to try. And I call my representative, who's there to represent me, whether they're of your party or not, they're there and they're supposed to represent everybody. If that person's a Republican, they're supposed to represent Republicans and Democrats. If they're a Democrat, they're supposed to represent Republicans and Democrats. So it doesn't matter if you're 14 or you're 21 or 86, they're there to represent you. They're there. You hired with your vote, or you will someday, and you're paying for them, as I said, out of your paycheck. So remember, they're there for you to help you. And so you have the power to change things. Now, on a final note, what I'll say as we're getting ready to go to our next fabulous segment is this is how we can change the Constitution if we want to. Our founding fathers were so smart to realize that they gave us the foundation, the concepts, the foundation to do really beautiful, wonderful things in this country. They knew the Constitution wasn't perfect. They knew they weren't perfect, but they gave us a strong foundation at the bottom to build the house, to make America better and better and better. And how do we build that house? With the amendment process. They were smart. They said, well, we don't want people just throwing away the Constitution when they want to change, because there are a lot of good things in this Constitution. So they gave us sort of an escape valve. And when a balloon's too tight, instead of the balloon bursting, little bits of air can come out and to preserve the balloon. And so that's what they did with the amendment process. So if you want an amendment to the Constitution, there's something you don't like in the Constitution, it could be amended. We have 27 of them. How would you do that? Raps. Start a petition, use your speech, call the press, call your representative, and plan your assembly. So that's how you change the Constitution. If there's something you don't like, you don't have to say, oh, get rid of it, I don't like it. You just say, which part do I not like? And let me work on saving what's really good and working on changing what needs to be changed. So you can do that in your neighborhood, you can do that in your country, and you can do that with the United States Constitution.
Well, thank you, Janine. And the audience is so inspired by that. We already have people talking about writing their own petitions and asking for copies of yours. And thank you. That was just a beautiful presentation. And we are now going to go to a commercial break. When we come out on the other side, we'll be at our Constitution and Communications workshop.
I protest. Change now. 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 I protest. Change now.
The most dangerous threat to democracy is the silencing of its citizens. This is why the Founding Fathers protected us by creating the Bill of Rights. Our liberty survives because the power belongs to the people. Our Constitution ensures that our voices are heard and that change is possible.
Greetings from South Texas. As the painting behind me reminds us, life's full of Alamo moments. You know what I'm talking about? Those moments when the line is drawn in the sand and you have to decide where you stand. Well, obviously, most of us stand on the side of the Constitution. You know, it may be principle over party, it may be right versus left, but the most important point is it constitutional or unconstitutional? And thanks to Constituting America, we know what is constitutional and unconstitutional. Thank you, Kathy and Janine, for all you do to help students and adults understand and value the principles of our Constitution. President Lincoln once said, "We the people are the rightful masters of both Congress and the courts, not to overthrow the Constitution, but to overthrow the men who pervert the Constitution." So where's the power? It's with us. Knowledge gives us power, and with that power, we share with others to keep our nation strong and to keep ourselves in a position to be united instead of divided. Happy Constitution Day from Texas.
Do you know what constitutes our Constitution? This living document that's a fusion of our forefathers' vision for the future of this nation? We have a Bill of Rights. We're not built for these rights, but we've been given these rights because we live. We don't have to pay every day when we don't watch what we say. A penny for our thoughts is not what we give, but we give off our thoughts by the way that we live. And there are soldiers who've died, men and women who've paid the price, in the blink of an eye given their lives to make our lives nice. And we can't fight to preserve these rights, to reach new heights, get through the darkest nights together if we don't know. We the people, we the future, can't make it right if we don't show an interest in learning the script that governs our lives. So forgive me if I'm wrong, but if you belong to this country, then there are rights that belong to you so long as you do one thing. You know your Constitution and your freedom that it brings. You can't fight for what's right. You can't find a flaw if you've never shed light on the supreme law of the land. The land of the free and the home of the brave requires your knowledge and God's good grace in order to save our human race in the face of terror. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you need to choose what you're going to do because you could lose everything.
Well, welcome to our Constitution and Communications Workshop. If you're just joining us, welcome to our Constitution Day celebration. We just want to remind our viewers that all the students you're seeing on this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners. You can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our categories and scholarship opportunities. For those joining today, we're extending our deadline 2 weeks from today until September 29th. Enter on our website. Also, if you're watching with your class today, type your name and school in the Q&A and we'll do our best to give you a shout out at the end of the workshop. Now, I am honored to introduce our guest, Hans Zeiger, President of the Jack Miller Center, a nationwide network of scholars and teachers who are committed to advancing the core texts and ideas of the American political tradition. In preparation for the 250th anniversary of American independence in 2026, Hans is leading an ambitious campaign to expand the pipeline of scholars who are dedicated to the teaching of America's founding principles and history, to seed and cultivate university campus sitters for the study of the American political tradition, and to expand the teaching of core civic knowledge in America's K-12 schools. And they just do such great work at Jack Miller Center. Constituting America has attended the gathering that they put together last year. We're going again this year. They're such a convener of civics education organizations. And Hans, we are excited to have you on today.
Well, thank you so much, Kathy. Thanks for having me on today. I am really excited to be part of this Constitution and Communications Workshop.
Well, thank you, Hans. Now, we have two of our contest winners on with us live today who will each be sharing part of their winning essay. First, we'll hear from Stephen Jang, our middle school best essay winner. Stephen is an 8th grader at Whitney Young Academic Center in Chicago, Illinois. He participates in math teams, Science Olympiad, Business Professionals of America, the school newspaper, and National History Bee. Stephen is going to read us the first 2 minutes of his incredible essay. Stephen?
Hi, everyone. Here's my essay. For over 200 years, America has been a shining beacon of a prosperous and democratic society. Few documents have been as influential on the world stage as the Constitution of the United States. It is the sacred law of our nation, the charter by which the president takes the oath of office, and the legal code that inspired many others around the globe. The Bill of Rights cemented the careful balance of power between the government and the individual as a cornerstone of American democracy. The most profound component was the First Amendment and its promise to our society. The central tenet of the First Amendment is that the government must not impose ideology on society. Our right to our own opinions is ceaselessly protected by our Constitution and enforced by our institutions. In our society, every citizen possesses the right to peacefully express their views and dissent from the judgment of others. A strong government must be willing to accept public criticism of its conduct. This is a truth so often unrealized by undemocratic dictatorships who view the complete control of public opinion as a sign of strength. In reality, it is the fear of the people's ability to think for themselves and threaten the status quo. The ability to speak out against the establishment helps prevent the development of vast power imbalances within society, especially the formation of a dominant oligarchy. It ensures that politicians will strive to represent the people's interests so that the voices of ordinary citizens will be heard in legislative chambers, government offices, and town halls throughout America. An illegitimate regime that thrives on the repression of free speech will ultimately collapse as innate democratic ideas emerge, beginning with the simplest act of challenging authority.
Well, thank you very much, Stephen. That was terrific. Fantastic essay. And I love how you chose such a complex topic, yet made it very compelling and easy to understand. Stephen, where can other people your age start to get inspired to write essays like the one that you just read?
Well, in terms of inspiration, I think you should start by doing research and being civically informed. Like for me personally, I've always enjoyed history. I really enjoyed my 7th grade civics class where we learned about like political polarization, but we also focused on how the Constitution was ratified and how the system that they set up, that the founding fathers set up, still affects us today. So I think first you need to do your research, but you also have to appreciate the wonder that is the Constitution. And after that, I think it's all about articulation. You want to spread this message to American citizens, including kids, but also adults that may not know about this. And so it's all about writing a compelling argument that can be understood by an ordinary person that is interested in our country's ideals.
Terrific. Well, it struck me as you were talking about the importance of freedom to express one's opinion, freedom of speech, and how integral that is, not just in the First Amendment, but really, I think you explained it in a way that the people's freedom to express themselves in the government is really embodied throughout the Constitution. And not only is there the right to do that, but there's a responsibility to do that well, which I think is well demonstrated by how seriously you're taking this essay you've done and the study of good expression, good writing, good speaking. So just very quickly, if I could share just a few tips that I've learned in my own time as a writer about effective ways to craft messages and to take that responsibility of messaging in a free society so seriously. Tip number one, write concisely. I think the Constitution is just such a great example of concise writing. You look at state constitutions, they tend to be much longer than the U.S. Constitution, but the U.S. Constitution, for all that it represents and for all that it could have, all the detail it could have gone into. You look at the detail in the Federalist Papers, but the Constitution is a very brief document, so concise writing, very important. Number two, explain clearly. I think your essay did that just so very well. You got to the point, and that's what I mean by explaining clearly, is getting to the point and explaining the purpose of things. And I think there were a lot of pointers in your essay about the purpose of things. So explain clearly. And then the third tip is focus on the opening. You want to engage your listeners, your readers right off the bat. Again, I think you did that well. And you can start with a story, you can start with some other attention getter, but that opening is really, really critical to drawing in the reader or the listener as you proceed. So that's what I have there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Kathy, I'm having trouble hearing you.
A little feedback. What do you think is most challenging in the writing process, and how do you overcome it?
I'm sorry, I didn't really get that. The audio was.
What do you find most challenging about the writing process, and how do you overcome it?
Oh, yes. So in terms of the writing process, so first you start with the research before you do the draft. But I think the most challenging part is because you have many ideas from your research, especially like when I was doing research, I didn't just focus specifically on the Constitution itself. I also learned about some of the background and also like instances in American history where it was very applicable. And so that resulted in like a wide range of information that I had to kind of condense. So it's like the Constitution itself. It was very concise. So for me, it was quite the challenge to concisely state my argument and to organize everything. But for an aspiring student who wants to write an essay, just in general, I'd say you have to get out all your thoughts on the paper and then worry about the editing later, because you have a lot of great ideas, but you have to have the courage to put that on paper.
Well, great tips. And Stephen, thank you so much for being with us today. Congratulations again on winning this middle school essay. And Stephen, I'm going to ask if you could mute your microphone. That may help us a little. There you go. Thank you again, Stephen. Unfortunately, Alexis Coffey, our best high school essay winner, cannot be with us today. She wrote an amazing essay, and we're sharing part of it now. Alexis is 17 years old from Chandler, Arizona. She now attends the W.A. Franke Honors College at the University of Arizona, majoring in engineering. In her free time, she appears on the local radio station, 88.7, and plays guitar and bass. I'm going to read a sample of Alexis's essay. As someone who was born and raised in the United States, I've always afforded certain rights and liberties, including freedom of speech. I've always been afforded certain rights and liberties, including freedom of speech. Many Americans, myself included, take this right for granted at times. The First Amendment guarantees freedoms concerning religion, assembly, speech, press, and the right to petition. The rights protected by the First Amendment allow citizens to enact change within the government and preserve the republic by ensuring that sovereignty remains with the people. The most basic right in the First Amendment is freedom of speech. If our First Amendment right was a flower, speech would be the stem, with the other rights being the petals supported by that stem. Freedom of speech is essential for all our other rights to be effective. We are allowed, with certain limitations, to say whatever we want. Speech is a powerful tool. Speech allows people to share their opinions on any given topic, whether they be positive, negative, or unorthodox. The right to freedom of speech allows us to discuss and form ideas that otherwise might be kept under wraps. Freedom of speech allows people to hear opinions from many different sources and to think for themselves. This is key to having a fair republic, because without freedom of speech, the public would have less access to information. As a result, the public would be less educated and less able to make informed decisions when voting. That is dangerous because choosing the wrong representatives can have serious consequences for everyone. And that's just a portion of Alexis's essay. You can read all these essays on the winners page of our Constituting America website. And Hans, I'm going to go back to you to give a few thoughts for what stirred you in Alexis's essay.
Yeah, I thought she did a great job. And, I love the imagery that she uses, such as describing the First Amendment as a flower with speech as the stem, other rights as the petals. I think it's valuable when you can use an effective illustration like that. I think it's also interesting that she has a background in radio, which is, of course, that involves communication skills. And there's a difference between just reading a piece of writing in your head and hearing it read. When I was in public policy as an elected official, I learned a lot about the importance of delivering spoken remarks in various contexts, including the floor of the state legislature, where I served for 10 years. As writers, we use different modes of communication to our advantage. And the diversity of written and spoken communications is growing all the time as our communication landscape evolves. A written communication involves traditional formats like a book and newer formats like a tweet and other social media communications. And some take their social media communications more seriously than others and write more responsibly than others. And certainly websites are very often written forms of communication, in addition to multimedia videos and other ways of communicating. So, and then spoken communication could include a speech. It could include radio, TV, listening to something on a podcast, YouTube, et cetera. We often end up reading things as written remarks that start out as spoken remarks. We read the Gettysburg Address, and so that, I think, that actually makes it a more significant experience for the reader to know that that was once delivered as a speech. And then vice versa, things that were originally written documents may have been presented as in a spoken format at some point. For example, the Declaration of Independence. Very often the first time that people were aware of the Declaration was when that written document, having been signed by the founders of our country, was then read in public forums, town squares and the like. And that was the first time people heard the Declaration of Independence, was when it was read out loud to them. So there's often a lot of overlap between written and spoken communication.
Well, those are great, Hans. And, we started the segment today, or the show today, actually reading the Constitution out loud. So, and that was a great experience for everyone. But thank you so much for sharing those tips. And last, but certainly not least, we have our best college essay winner, Natalie Dolman. Natalie is a senior at Purdue University, majoring in agribusiness with a concentration in food marketing and certificate in public policy. She grew up in Washington State on her family's dairy farm and plans on pursuing a career where she works to improve the public perception and economic viability of dairy and the American agriculture through policy. Natalie, I'm going to turn it over to you and ask you if you'll read us a little excerpt of your essay.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. I'm so happy to be on today. Here is a sample of my winning essay. From our humble beginnings, America has maintained a level of accountability and transparency unparalleled. Our founding fathers fought for the conception of this nation on the very principle that citizens should be allowed to disagree with authority. America's foundation is freedom of expression. In determining the culture of America, founders took a radical approach, although it may seem logical and commonplace to us. The framers of our government decided to celebrate a vast array of culture, backgrounds, and perspectives. In most other cultures, especially at that time, uniformity was mandated. Career tracks were set, social norms were rigid, and any deviation made someone an immediate outcast. This fixed way of life fostered a toxic culture in which oppression of whole groups flourished, specifically targeting certain ethnic groups and religions. America, in contrast, did not have a uniform culture, allowing a variety of perspectives a seat at the table of governance. No singular ideology or culture dominated the colonies, putting the young nation in a unique position to create a round table of perspectives holding each other accountable. These colonies had become a beacon of individualism, where others sought asylum from oppression and tyranny. Because of the fragmented cultures, each individual brought tradition, genetic variability, and political perspective to the young nation, adding something to American culture. Maintaining this enthusiasm for diversity, America continues to build our own culture, which is dynamic and accepting. Americans do not have a defining feature. We do not all look alike, nor do any two families have identical stories or traditions. What does unite us is our collaboration and deep-rooted belief in that what makes us different makes us better. Our diversity as a nation makes us stronger. The ability to express our differences, both ideologically and culturally, fosters a culture of acceptance and collaboration. Instead of feeling oppressed and unjustly silenced, America's First Amendment gives citizens the ability to contribute authentically and boldly. This outlet eases tension that would otherwise be pent up and creates further connection to those around us. Outside perspectives may view Americans as lonely because America is not homogeneous, and therefore we have no culturally guaranteed commonality with our neighbors. Instead, we use our First Amendment rights to create connections around our hidden commonalities.
Thank you very much, Natalie, and found that fascinating, and I could definitely see your passion for the Constitution and history and our diversity as a country shine through. And Natalie, I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about how your background influenced your interest in American history and led you to write this essay.
Yeah, absolutely. I was raised in a household that prioritized civic literacy. My mom and my grandfather taught me very young to think critically about the political landscape and about American history. I read every history book I could get my hands on in the library, and I continue to watch documentaries in my free time. Constitution Day is by far my favorite holiday, and I think my zeal for this subject shapes how I view all civics and politics. I grew up as a political minority in my school, which sort of forced collaboration with people bearing an adverse political opinion from mine. Through history classes, government classes, and extracurricular activities, I grew to appreciate political discourse. And I truly believe that our differences made our bond stronger. I think the classroom is a microcosm of society, and our difference of opinion and thought in these spaces should be celebrated. We can learn a lot from curriculum, but it's discussions with our peers that really leaves an impact. These discussions inspire reflection and make us more well-rounded. I know a lot of my opinions have shifted because of the conversations I've had with my peers and seeing a little bit of life from their point of view. I love that our generation is willing to have discussion around contentious topics because this stimulates diversity. And the goal of my essay was really to illustrate that America is and always has been a melting pot of culture and opinion. And I know I'm incredibly grateful for the meaningful relationships with people from diverse backgrounds and unique perspectives.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. And, I would say, when we writers are trying to craft arguments, it's important not just to state an opinion, but to use different strategies to convince the audience of our point of view. And I'll just briefly share a few thoughts on how to write persuasively from my own perspective. And I'll preface this with some advice that was given to me from a mentor of mine when I was in college. And his advice was to really take seriously the study of how to speak the language of America. That the study of that is something that is going to be so critical in our time. It's critical in any time, because in a self-governing country, we have to be able to explain what our country is all about, just as you've done in your essay. But just some things that come to mind about speaking that language of America. One is finding resonant words that appeal to people as we draw them into the story and the meaning of our country. And I think you did that just fabulously in your essay. Finding those words that really maybe cut through the political jargon that we're so accustomed to when we talk about our country from political perspectives, and find that unifying language that can bring us together. I thought you did that well. Another point is to organize points in a way that you connect the dots. And again, I think you did that so well in your essay, where you're trying to craft an argument about what this country is and why that should matter to people, and that integrates a bunch of different thoughts. And I think you were able to organize that in a systematic and easy to follow way. And then the third point I would say is to use to illustrate, to create an illustration of what, kind of plant an image in people's mind of what you're after. What is the thing that you want somebody to be thinking about in their mind, or the picture you want to paint for them? And I think your essay was really painting a picture for your audience or your readers in a very effective way. So Natalie, what are your thoughts on persuasive writing? Which of those points that I made just there resonated most with you, or do you have other topics that you would want to share with us?
I absolutely agree with all of your feedback, and thank you for sharing. I think the biggest thing for me is to try to understand your topic from other points of view, and having those discussions with people that have a different background. It makes your work more well-rounded, and also understanding the context. And you sort of spoke to this, understanding the context around your topic so that the people understand where you're coming from as an author, but also where other members of the audience may be coming from when they read your work.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Hans and Natalie. We really appreciate Hans, you being with us today. And would you like to, Hans, we've got just another minute left here. Would you like to tell our listeners and teachers listening to just a little bit about the Jack Miller Center?
You bet. The Jack Miller Center is a nationwide network of scholars and teachers who share a commitment to advancing the core texts and ideas of the American political tradition. And we welcome the opportunity to work with, all kinds of other organizations that are involved with that work, including Constituting America, which is doing just such tremendous, tremendous work with students and with educators and everyday citizens to advance the knowledge of the American Constitution. We're very involved in our organization in Constitution Day and sponsoring a number of programs on college campuses and other organizations across the country right now. And we want to do more in future years, and just appreciate all that you're doing to elevate this day. Constitution Day really ought to be a big deal in this country. I mean, we're very blessed to have the Constitution, and so I think together, working together across different organizations, we can make it a much bigger deal than it is.
Well, thank you so much for being on with us today, and congratulations to all of our essay winners again. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and coming up next, we're going to have our segment on how to have a civil civic conversation with the chair of the U.S. Semi-Quincentennial Commission, Rosie Rios, and with our founder, actress Janine Turner, and even more of our We the Future contest winners. So we'll go to commercial break, and we'll see y'all back in about 5 minutes. Thank you again.
I wasn't expecting winning something huge, but God blessed me with this very important essay that I'd never done before.
Keep revising and editing, and she diligently did that until she had it just the way she wanted it. And she would keep revising and put it in her own words and come up with examples of why Articles 1 through 7 were very important in the Constitution. And we're really proud of her.
My favorite part was the National Archives. I was excited to see the Declaration and the Constitution right there, face to face. Es maravilloso mirar. Primero, doy gracias a Dios y gracias a esta nación de que abrió el corazón para nosotras las oportunidades grandes de que hemos recibido estar en nuestra nueva casa. Gracias aquí a Washington, D.C. y al igual a ustedes en su equipo por abrir la gran oportunidad en su corazón, en su mente, el trabajo de abrir mi mente y conocer la historia de los Estados Unidos. Le doy gracias a Dios, primeramente, que me dio el primer viaje para disfrutar y junto con ella, y espero que se mejore mucho de su estudio, al igual a todos los niños hispanos, y gracias de corazón, le doy gracias.
After 247 years, you could say, I've seen some things. Building a democracy from scratch, it isn't easy. Or being home to hundreds of millions from everywhere on Earth. Fact is, there have been challenges since the very beginning. Uphill battles, setbacks, and injustices. But you know, Americans, we got grit. We fight for what we need. And what's right. What we want for the next generation. We take care of each other when it gets rough. We inspire each other. Innovate together. Get the job done. And create so much opportunity. Heck, that's probably why folks have been inspired to come here for so long. And now, we've got a pretty big anniversary coming up. The big 250. So, in honor of that, we're launching America's Invitation. A chance to share your thoughts on our past, the heroes you love, and your dreams for the road ahead. Because your dreams will be our future. Your story is the American story.
Well, welcome to our Constitution and How to Have a Civil Civic Conversation workshop. There, I'll turn my camera on. I'm Kathy Gillespie, and I'm CEO of Constituting America. If you're just joining us, welcome to our Constitution Day celebration. We want to remind our viewers that all the students you're seeing on this program today are our wonderful We the Future contest winners, and you can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our contest. Now, we are honored to have with us today our founder, actress Janine Turner, and the chair of the U.S. Semi-Quincentennial Commission and former treasurer of the United States, Rosie Rios. Rosie is CEO of Red River Associates, an investment management consulting firm, and co-host of Unicorn Hunters, a reality investment television series. She's a graduate of Harvard University and was selected as the first Latina in Harvard's 385-year history to have a portrait commissioned in her honor. Now, you may have noticed the beautiful America 250 launch video played just before the start of this segment. Rosie, please tell us a little bit about America's upcoming 250th birthday and how the commission is working on bringing Americans together in civil civic conversation and why it's important.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm actually here in Copenhagen, Denmark, for a tech barbecue conference where I spoke at. But I wanted to join you today, Kathy. First of all, I'm thrilled that you invited me back. I have spoken before at this amazing organization, and I am just so impressed as I was watching some of the other future leaders, current leaders, as they talk about kind of their own pride of being affiliated with not just the organization, but what it means to be American. And so, as you know, this upcoming milestone is very important to all of us. And this is the commemoration of the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding, which is less than 3 short years away. And thank you so much for showing that video. I think it resonates with a lot of people for a lot of different reasons, which I think really gets to the core of how we were founded and why it's so important to celebrate this milestone. Because there are different walks of life in this country, and it's important that we honor kind of those who came before us, those who sacrificed so much to establish the values on which this country was founded, and more importantly, how to think about this for the future, how to inspire, especially this next generation, which is what I know is important for Constituting America as well. Our latest initiative, which you just saw in this video, is called America's Invitation. It's really a way for all Americans to share their own stories, maybe their memories of the bicentennial, and maybe some ideas on how we should be commemorating this once in a lifetime milestone, which we know is going to be the most, hopefully the grandest celebration that this country has ever seen. And of course, this would not be possible without civic conversations, which is why I love your organization. We have 250 years of diverse and sometimes messy history. So being able to have open and honest conversations about our history is paramount in celebrating how far we've come and seeing what work we can done still for the future of our country. Our nation's founders used civil conversations in the drafting of the United States Constitution, and that kind of conversation is still necessary for us to progress today. I'm happy to be here today talking about civic conversations, and what I loved was that comment that was made about the National Archives. That's still one of my best memories ever, is seeing the founding documents, the Charters of Freedom, for the very first time. It's overwhelming, and I couldn't be more proud to say that I am American. So thank you so much, Kathy, for having me.
Well, thank you, Rosie. It's just such an honor to have you with us here today. And we are also honored to have our founder with us, actress Janine Turner. And Janine created this program, How to Have a Civil Civic Conversation. And Janine leads this program in schools all over the country. So Janine, would you like to say hello and talk just a little bit about civil civic conversation?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here with you today. And as I said, remember, Constitution Day is Monday. So go out there and say, Happy Constitution Day. People might look at you as if you're a little strange, but to me, to get the message out there that the Declaration of Independence were these wonderful ideas, but without the Constitution, they would have just dissolved. The Constitution protects and preserves and lifts forward those ideals. And so we can say Happy Independence Day, but Happy Constitution Day too, which is September 17th. And I'm thrilled, of course, Kathy, I thank you for everything you do for our foundation. And I'm thrilled to hear that wonderful segment previous to me here with Rosie Rios. Rosie, that I applaud you for all those beautiful statements and everything that you just said about our country. And, I was raised by a father who was a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point and in the Air Force. And my mother, who was very scholastically intrigued and curious, and both of them were great patriots. My mother still is. My father passed in 2014, and they imbued a lot of that into me. But what I realized is that we all come from different cultures. And I was in New York City as a model at age 15, and then I was in Hollywood at 17, and I was raised in Texas. So talk about being thrown into different cultures, and going from a very traditional culture to then being in a very artistic culture. So I can really appreciate what it's like to collaborate. And if you can't collaborate, we can't even get a movie made. You know what I mean? If you don't have scripts and things of that nature. So collaboration is really important. And I'm not going to talk forever. I'll just talk about for 30 more seconds. But I will say that we need to collaborate in our country. And what I've experienced is when I moved to Hollywood or New York City in the 70s and Hollywood in 79, 80, there was collaboration. And now there isn't. And I was brushing my teeth one day thinking, gosh, we need to be able to have a conversation. We need to be able to hear both sides of the issue. And I think we've lost that in our country today. And if we don't have that, we're going to lose our entire country. Because we do, as Ms. Rios said, we do come from different cultures. And the great thing about America is to be able to respect that. But why would we want to pigeonhole everybody into thinking exactly like we do when we've all come from different continents and countries around the world? That's not what America's about. It's about respecting each other's points of view and listening to each other's points of view. So that's what we try to do with civic conversation.
Well, thank you, Janine. And we also have several of our past contest winners on with us live today on a student panel who will be discussing with us how to have a civil civic conversation. Tova Kaplan is our National Youth Director, a sophomore at Harvard studying government and economics, and a three-time winner in PSA, STEM, and entrepreneurial categories. And Tova, since we're on speaker view, we'll just say a quick hello, just hello. And
hello, great to be with you all today. Thanks for watching.
And then Carson Collins is our high school best PSA winner from Austin, Texas. Austin, you want to say hi?
Yeah, hey y'all, it's great to be here.
Jaden Mann is a winner in our high school PSA category. She's 16 years old from Midwest City, Oklahoma. Jaden, you want to say hi? I think you're muted, Jaden.
Hi, thank you for having me.
And then Claire Zhu is our wonderful winner in our high school STEM category. Claire's a sophomore at Bridgewater Raton High School in New Jersey. Claire, you want to say hi?
Hi, it's great to be here.
Thank you. Now, when we do our civil civic conversation program in classrooms, an important part of that program is tips on how to have a civil civic conversation from our past contest winners described in this video. And immediately following that video, we're going to watch a PSA from one of our winners, Jaden Mann, who's on our panel today. So we'll roll the tape and then we'll get back to our discussion.
I do have a friend that we never agree to anything, but we're still friends. But we usually talk it out and, we apply reasoning and reasons why we think that way. So I will hear her out and then I would add on to like what she thought and how I agreed with her. And then she would do the same with me. And then we would also talk about our disagreements and we would just kind of work it out in the end and just be like, okay, yes, I understand that you feel that way, and we just understand each other in the end.
One thing that's important to understand too is that no one knows everything. And every time you talk to someone, you might learn something new. So it's always worth starting that conversation. And even though you might feel like you're so steadfast in that issue, that person might bring up a topic that you never really thought about it from that angle before. And it's always interesting to think about it like that.
Yeah, going along with what you're saying, I found you really have to look for your common ground and you can really learn new things. What I've learned through having a lot of these conversations with my friends and people who disagree with me is just because you think you're 100% right doesn't mean the other person is necessarily 100% wrong. There are gray areas in there are gray areas in politics and in government, and just because you're right doesn't mean someone's wrong, and vice versa. There's so many different interpretations, and none is 100% right and perfect, and none are 100% terrible and evil. So when you're having these conversations or arguments, whatever you want to call it, you have to try and find your common ground. What else? You have to go into the conversations with an open mind. You can't have the mindset of, I am right, they are wrong, that's all that's gonna happen, because then nobody's gonna change their opinion and your conversation will just be a waste of time. What you can do is go into the conversation thinking, well, I'm pretty sure I'm right, I'm pretty sure they're wrong, but let me see where this conversation takes us, and maybe your opinion will even be changed.
You don't even have to always find common ground when you don't, when you're having two opposing opinions, because at the end of the day, it's everyone has their own perspective. I cannot walk through life the same way as someone else. So when I go into debates or I don't really agree with the person says, I used to have a bad habit of I listened to respond and I didn't listen to understand. So now I try to step outside of myself and listen. And of course I go into the overanalyzing, what's their background, what they do, I kind of think let me try to piece together why they think the way they think, because for something that's logical thinking for me, being from Chicago, on the South Side, may not be the same logical way of thinking for someone who grew up on a farm. We just aren't gonna think the same. We aren't gonna think certain policies matter over the other. So it's just you have to not be so selfish with your thoughts, and just really open up and be willing to take in what someone has to say, whether you agree with it or not, because ultimately it's gonna help shape the way you think overall.
One of the main causes of having a fight or an argument is a misunderstanding. So it really helps me to listen out the other person's argument and repeat it back to them and be okay, so you think this. You repeat back their argument and say, am I understanding you correctly? Did I get everything? And then they say, yes. And then you say, all right, so here's what I think. And then you're able to make sure that you understand each other and you didn't miss anything in their argument. and that you're able to walk away with understanding instead of anger.
A lot of people go into the conversation like with the one intention of like trying to convince the other person and make them know that they're wrong. But when you go into these conversations, there's a very little chance that anyone's going to change their mind. So what I like to do is just like try and plant a seed, you know, of maybe your opinion, and right away they might not relent and change their opinion, but it just might be a thought or a seed, and maybe it'll grow into another opinion or another way of thinking about the issue.
Freedom of speech isn't truly free if we shut everyone down we don't agree with. In order to make a difference in our world, we need to talk with one another with open minds and understanding of everyone we interact with. We have a right of freedom of speech, but is it really free if it is silenced? We see people shutting others down because we don't agree, but compromise can change the world for the better. Friends don't always agree with each other, but they do compromise. So next time, before you shut people down, just think to yourself, can our conversation make a difference in our silent world?
Well, thank you. Those were two great videos. And now I'm going to pass it over to our America 250 chair, Rosie Rios, who's going to lead our Q&A with our wonderful student panelists. So Chair Rios, take it away.
Thank you so much. And this is my favorite part of the program. And I should probably start by saying, look, this hand across the aisle that everyone's talking about is so important. And I'm one of 9 kids in my family, and I would say about half my siblings are Republican, half are Democrat. And quite frankly, it's never really been an issue. And it would be great to see that's a discourse that can continue outside and continuing on through these really important milestones that we're all working towards. So I think these conversations starting here are really, really important. So let's start with Tova. So Tova, why do you think it's important to teach students how to have a civic conversation? And feel free to share an example.
Yeah, for sure. And thank you, Rosie, for being here. It's always great to have you. And it's always fun for me because if you've noticed or not, that's me in 8th grade in the first video. So I've been thinking about this for a while. I guess my hair has gotten substantially more curly is what I learned from watching that video. But yes, I always love to talk about civic conversations because I do truly believe that it's one of the most crucial skills that we can equip young people with, because when you are able to have a civic conversation, you are able to then go out and seek your own information and learn your own perspectives. So more so than any one piece of information or fact that a young person can learn, developing that skill will then allow you to find everything else out on your own. And I just think that there are a lot of structural factors in our current age today that make it ever easier to live in a polarized world. The way that social media algorithms, for instance, are set up ensures that we are pretty much, it's very easy to be exposed entirely to people who agree or disagree with us. And so as a result, it means that we have to take the active step to actually seek out those who disagree with us. Otherwise, we will just revert to the default. And so that's one thing that I've learned in college, for instance, when you're in an environment where there are people who are extremely different from you, who come from different perspectives, may have never interacted with someone with you. I've personally benefited so much from initiating those conversations. And just one other point I wanted to make was that a civic conversation goes both ways. So not only do we have to have the courage to seek out conversations, but we also have to have the courage to speak our own opinions. I think that often gets lost. Just because we have freedom to say what we want, that doesn't mean that, it's necessarily going to be easy to say what we want. And so you have to have courage to speak up, share your own opinion, and really actively engage with others, because that is what democracy is all about. Unlike other countries, America is not built on conformity. That is not a value we share. The value we share is individualism and recognizing the importance of others' perspective. So that's what I have to share.
Thank you, Tova. And by the way, never lose that enthusiasm. Please carry that with you wherever you go. And hopefully we'll have this conversation again in the future. So Carson, what do you think is the hardest part about having a civil civic conversation?
For sure. Thank you, Mrs. Rios. I think kind of the overall issue that makes civil conversations, especially about contentious issues, so hard is that we tend to forget that the people we're engaging with are individuals just like us. A lot of the time when we debate people, we reduce them to their religion or their political party or even their sex or race instead of conversing with them as individuals. So we debate those ideas rather than having conversations with the individual. And as we have conversations like this, we should also remember that, kind of as Tova mentioned as well, that we have the capacity to be wrong. And this is a little bit of the problem with the nomenclature surrounding the important ideas of our time. We always hear about political debates, religious debates, abortion debates, gun rights debates. And we hear these ideas in the context of debate. And the issue with this is in a debate, you can't really be wrong. Debates are won and lost. They're a competition. So broadly speaking, you don't have the capacity to be wrong in debates. And most people won't admit they're wrong. But in a conversation, rather than being in a competition with the person you're conversing with, conversations are a search for the truth. And that's what makes them so important to our society. Thank you.
Well, it's a very, very mature perspective. Really, really appreciate that. And thank you again, Carson. So Jaden, where do you get your news in your social media? On an app? And why do you think that is important for young people to stay informed on what is happening in the real world?
First off, thank you for having me. I get my news from like a TV station. I mostly watch the news with my mama and papa, but I do think it's important for us to stay informed because we are the future, not only in America, but the whole world in general. And so by staying informed, we can see like other perspectives of people and help those that don't have a voice to be heard, because in some countries, they don't have that voice. And so hopefully we can make a difference in their lives and future generations' lives so that they can eventually have a better life.
Excellent answer, Jaden. Thank you so much. I actually tend to watch many different channels of the news. I like to get different perspectives and kind of put all the pieces together. And so I think what you shared is very, very important. Thank you so much. So Claire, how do you go about making sure that you find and use balanced information when you're researching for a school or personal use project?
I would say it's really important to find credible resources that you can cite from. So I know whenever we do research projects in school, they really like ingrained into us to use the resources that we have from either our school database or find like physical books or like search up scholarly articles and research papers. A lot of these sources can be guaranteed that the authors spent a lot of time researching and developing their work to be as accurate and recent as possible. I also think a good measure if seeing a source is reliable or not is to see if their information is kind of readily available. So like the author, the date, and the organization for like a good citation. I also would say it's really important to find information that tries to incorporate various perspectives, like as you were saying earlier with like different news channels. And this can help to protect against bias and ensure you really get like the full picture. I would say like, especially now, there is like a real danger of misinformation or like omitting facts. So it's even more important to get all the information before sharing or making an opinion.
Fabulous advice. Thank you. Oops, excuse me. Thank you, Claire. All right, back to you, Tova. You currently serve as the co-chair of the Young Leaders Council for America 250. Thank you so much. which engages with young people across the U.S. to advise America 250. What is the importance of engaging young people for America's anniversary? And what are the biggest challenges and opportunities that you see?
Yeah, so there's a lot that's really important. First of all, it's important on a basic level to engage with young people because we are the future of the US. Semi-quincentennial is not just about commemorating the 250 years before us, but also setting the stage for hopefully another 250 years and another future. And so you need to engage the future in order to create a better one. And so I think one of the biggest challenges I see in engaging young people is countering sort of a trend of apathy and cynicism. I think there are a lot of young people who feel very pessimistic about the future of the country, and so that manifests as apathy. They just want to check out of the conversation. They think civics or government doesn't really apply to them because they feel that they can't make a change. So I think we have a huge opportunity to look to the past to show all of the times in American history people have been able to make change. We need optimism now. There's a quote I love from Steve Jobs, I think, that says only the ones who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. So we need to convince people, especially young people, that they can actually have a hand in changing things. And we don't need false patriotism necessarily built on like a foundation of pretending we've been perfect, ignoring, anything America might have done wrong. I don't think young people would buy that narrative, quite frankly. But we don't need to pretend. America is such a great country because of people working together despite our mistakes. And so we can show that message to young people, make us proud to be Americans and hopeful of what we have yet to achieve and what we can.
Oh, Chair, I think you're muted.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Tova, for that. And I really appreciate the fact that all of you are change makers, believe me. And one of my favorite quotes that I say all the time is the only way that change happens is when we don't settle. And I can't see any of you settling anytime soon. So thank you for that. All right, Jaden, in your PSA, you said that the freedom of speech isn't truly free if we shut down everyone we don't agree with. Can you talk more about what you meant by this and how your PSA connects to the idea of civic conversations?
Sure. So we tend to not want to listen to those with values and opinions different than our own. And so if we don't agree and shut down the conversation before it happens, we won't be able to hear the sides that need to be said. And so then it just means our freedom to talk or speak our minds is taken away from us by our peers. And so I think it's important because if we listen, talk, communicate, and most importantly, understand where everyone is coming from, we can come to a conclusion that can hopefully help everyone and even those that don't even know that they need the help.
Excellent. Thank you so much. For you, Carson, in your life, what are the most meaningful things that you have learned from people who are different from you? And how did those conversations go?
For sure. I had a conversation with one of my rowing coaches a couple of years ago, and he was an older guy from Germany originally. So we had kind of had a little bit different of a background. And I had been rowing, and I had this technique issue that I was very sure I was right about it, to say the least. And I had been on the water and we had been rowing. I'd gotten in a little bit of an argument with some of my teammates and I'd been rude about it. And we got off the water and I had this conversation with my coach. And he quite frankly told me that I was in the wrong and the technique issue was with me and not with one of my rowing teammates. And I think that conversation, more than anything else, ingrained in my mind that no matter how right you think you are, no matter how sure you are about something, you can always still be wrong about it. And you have to be very careful about how your confidence in whether or not you're right affects your actions, because in that case, it affected my actions in a very negative manner. And I always look back on that conversation as really setting that in stone. And I've learned that lesson quite a few more times since then.
What a great teachable moment. Thank you so much, Carson. Finally, Claire, as a high school student, what would you say the climate is like for open dialogue? And how can high school students and teachers foster an environment that makes civic conversations more common?
Well, for me personally, I would say that my school is very open to discussion and focuses a lot on understanding multiple perspectives. But I do acknowledge that I'm pretty lucky to have a kind of like education system like this, and that might not be the case for everyone. As for civic conversations, my history program does a great job of getting into kind of like what you would say like the nitty gritty of American history as well as world history. And I think this itself is a huge step in opening up the floor for these more complex conversations, since my teachers aren't afraid to talk about what happened in the past, whether good or bad. I think it's very important to look at the mistakes in the past, look at them from various points of view, and most importantly, learn from them and do better for the future. I feel like in this way, teachers are kind of educating students on more than just historical facts themselves, but also like humanity, philosophy, morals, and just teaching them to be good people and complex thinkers, going beyond just the information itself and creating like really just like a better new generation.
I love that. Thank you so much, Claire. All right, so to wrap it up, let's do a lightning round with our panelists. You each have one word. And what is the most important thing to remember when having a new conversation with someone with an opposing point of view? All right, so one word each. Let's start with you, Jaden.
Open-mindedness.
Excellent. Claire?
I would say patience.
Good. Carson?
Humility.
Excellent. Tova?
Excitement, enthusiasm.
Excellent. Thank you again for having me. This was really fun. Back to you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Chair Rios, and thank you to our Civil Civic Conversation student panels for that enlightening conversation. And remember, viewers like you can visit americanthing.org for more information about our Civil Civic Conversation program. And so we are going to go right into our last panel of the day, which is our Constitution and Concert panel, and it is going to be led by our Operations Director, Jeanette Cranack. So Jeanette, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Janine, and thank you to all of our guests today. Welcome to our final workshop of the day, the Constitution and Concert Workshop. If you're just joining us, welcome to our Constitution Day celebration. We just want to remind our viewers that all the students you're seeing on this program are our fabulous We the Future winners. You can be a winner too. It's not too late. Please check out americanthing.org to learn about our categories and scholarship opportunities. For those joining today, remember we're extending the deadline 2 weeks to September the 29th. Enter on our website. Also, if you're watching with your class today, type your name and school in the Q&A, and we'll do our best to give you a shout out at the end of the workshop. In this final workshop, we'll talk about writing music and lyrics, and here are some samples of our wonderful winners' works. First, I want to introduce our very special guest, Nashville singer-songwriter Steve Dean. Steve is co-founder of freedomsingsusa.org. We encourage you to go check it out. Steve, would you like to say hello? I think you're on mute.
Try that again. Good afternoon,
there
everybody.
You go.
Thank you so much, Jeanette, for that introduction. Sure. I am so excited to be on this program today with Constituting America to talk more about how the Constitution actually relates to music.
Thank you, Steve. Now I'm going to introduce our winners from this year's trip. First, we have with us Victoria Onyem, our Best College Song winner and my fellow traveler, followed by Maisie Monroe, our Best Middle School Song winner. Then we'll have Jalen Hill, Brittany Richards, and Cameron Duke back, who they worked together with us with our Best High School Song and sang our national anthem this morning quite beautifully. And then finally, we'll have Colt Jackson, who won honorable mention for high school song. Welcome, everyone. For those of you that have participated in our school speeches, you know that we love to talk about rap, which of course all of us that are involved in Constituting America knows it's religion, assembly, press, petition, and speech. Well, Tori was inspired to sing about it. So Brandon's going to play a clip of Tori's song.
RAPPS, RAPPS, religion, assembly, press, petition, speech, RAPPS, 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 religion, assembly, press, petition, speech, RAPPS.
Thanks for sharing that, Tori. That's awesome. Really catchy to have the words spelled out like that. It's going to be so helpful for kids learning how to remember their 5 First Amendment rights: religion, assembly, petition, press, and speech. And I know after watching this little video that I'll never forget it. Now, what is your process when you start to write a song?
Thank you for your kind words. And my process to writing a song is I first think of the purpose that I want to add in a song. So for this, this was talking about the First Amendment, which is my personal favorite amendment. So I wanted to focus the song around that. And then, of course, I had to think of the best lyrics for different types of versions with the song, the melody, the entrance. So I just decided to make mine kind of doing an abbreviation, which was RAPPS, since I found that the First Amendment was able to incorporate the words that RAPPS stands for, which is religion, assembly, petition, essay. So that was kind of my process of writing my song and how I try to write my songs.
Well, that's really great. That's very catchy to do something like that, and also makes it very memorable. When someone thinks of that, they can go, okay, RAPPS, and they can say it right back to them. Thank you. That was a great answer, and thank you for sharing your talent. Now let's hear Maisie's.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Let's hear Maisie's song next.
This is my song, if you I sing for the First Amendment, let's freedom ring. Follow them, line it around. The First Amendment is the best to know. It's the first of the ones I love. It lets me sing to my God above. This is my song, of you I sing for the First Amendment, let's freedom ring. Lets me say what's on my mind. First Amendment, let's freedom shine. Lets me gather with my friends. First Amendment, it never bends.
Very nice. Thank you for that. Maisie, I'm going to be sharing a few of my favorite songwriting tips throughout today's workshop. But first, let me ask you this. How do you begin your songwriting process? Do you start with the music or the lyrics? And what is your style like when you're writing a song?
Honestly, I like to start with I start with a segment of the song. Like I usually start with a chorus, or I start with some words that I like, and then I start with a verse or a chorus, then I write the music to it, then I add the words to it, and I go by segment by segment.
Oh, that's very interesting. I do that a lot too. It happens in all different ways, really, but as you write more songs, you'll figure that out too. All right. Let's get to, I'd like to share some of my top 5 tips for songwriting with you all today. The first one is the first line of the song is the most important line. Why? Because you want to make sure, and that's aside from the hook now, that's not the most, the hook is the most important, but the first line of the song, you want to make sure it's interesting, makes people want to listen to what the second line says. And then after that, what the third line says. So we want to keep that going. And that leads to the second tip, which means each line needs to lead to the next line. If you write a line and then you want to say, okay, what backs that up? What's going to back that line up? The very first line. The second line is going to back that up. And then the third line is going to back that line up. And you keep going so it has an even flow to your lyric. And the other one is this, and that's what we were just talking about, Maisie, just a second ago, about what I call, and I've done a talk on this several times, it's called the marriage of melody and lyric. And that means that the music has to be, it goes right along with the words, just like your song just did. I could hear everything you said, and it had a nice flow to it. And I think the music married what your lyric was saying. So if y'all understand what I'm saying, it's like you got to get that music to make the words sing. And if the words don't sing, you got to figure out some better music to the words. I mean, so anyway, that would be some other tips are coming later. All right.
All right. Thank you for the songwriting tips, Steve. Now we're going to watch our national anthem singers, Jalen, Brittany, and Cameron, Catchy's song, Freedom of Speech.
Different people, different opinions, give them voice to speak. We all have a right to the First Amendment, that right is the freedom of speech. This thing is a safe place, so if you wanted to confess, we got the freedom of speech, so we can always protest. We writing up this song so that we just might win this contest, and if we don't, well, that's okay, we'll send them up to Congress. Different people, different opinions, give them voice to speak. We all have a right to the First Amendment, that right is the freedom of speech. Different people, different opinions, give them voice to speak. We all have a right to the First Amendment, that right is the freedom of speech. Yeah, we won't be silenced, but we won't get violent. Yeah, we will speak out. Let's speak out, speak out, speak out. Yeah, we won't be silenced, but we won't get violent. But we will speak out. Let's speak out, speak out, speak out. Different people, different opinions, give them voice to speak. We all have a right to the First Amendment, that right is the freedom of speech.
That is outstanding. That's a great job writing on that song, y'all. And I love the fact that you had the three different sections to the song too, which gives you other places to go. But I really do believe that your melody married that lyric, and I really love the lyric too, especially when it's talking about we can have the right to protest, but we're not going to use violence and that kind of thing. I really, really love that, and I'm so excited that young people like you guys are experiencing this and writing stuff about this because it's so important for the future. Okay, let's see. I'm going to get on to some other songwriting tips that I've got. And number 4 is, and I was just thinking about this as that song was going by because the lyrics were running right in front of me and I could read them and really did captivate my attention. But so read each line aloud and then say the hook. And if that makes sense with the hook, then you know you're on the right track. And I brought a song along that I'm writing about my grandfather's Gibson guitar. Coach, you might be interested in that because of being a guitar player. And I want to do that little test for you right now. The first 3 lines, I'll read those, and then I'll show you where the hook fits in after that. It goes, the strings were old and rusty, the body scratched and dusty. The finish didn't shine like it once did. That Gibson of Grandpa's. Y'all see what I just did there? Y'all understand what I'm doing? So the strings were old and rusty. What I'm talking about is his guitar, Grandpa's Gibson. The body was scratched and dusty. That Gibson of Grandpa's. Anyway, that's just a little point I'd like to bring out. And then the other thing is to be sure to write what you know. I had a publisher one time years ago when I was first getting started, and I brought him a song in, and he goes, "I don't believe one word of this, Steve." I go, "What?" He goes, "You don't know what you're talking about. You've never lived this. I mean, if you're writing a song, let's say you guys are the age you are right now, and you write a song about being a coal miner, probably not going to really know what a coal miner does." And that's what I'm trying to say. So find out stuff that you really know about, like what you're doing here with Constituting America, because you know about what you're writing, and that's the important part. All right. So, Jalen, we've got a question for you. Do you ever run into trouble spots or challenges in your songwriting process, and what do you do to work through them?
So whenever I run into challenging spots in the songwriting process, usually it's because I can't find the right word, something that will rhyme or anything. So sometimes I'll grab a rhyming dictionary or a thesaurus and either look up words that will rhyme with that word or synonyms of that word that I can use instead so that I'm more able to rhyme with it.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. I do the same exact thing, using synonyms all the time, trying to find another word for something else. Brittany, tell us, what are some of your tips for student high school or younger who want to get started in writing their own music?
Personally, my tips would be just write down what you think would go together with the song, even though it might be like one of the silliest songs you ever wrote. It's a starting point for what you want to get into, and soon you'll be able to build off of that and keep on making music, and eventually you'll find something that you like or something that you're really proud of.
Very good answer. I do the same thing too. It's constantly, when you're writing songs, you're constantly trying to make sure you get the right lines. And sometimes the right lines don't come right at first. Sometimes you have to work and dig for them. And that's what makes you a better songwriter when you do that. Okay, Cameron, what do you think the importance of art is in getting young people interested in the Constitution? And how did you first get interested in songmaking?
Yeah, I think it's very important. I mean, if there wasn't an art like category for this competition, I probably wouldn't have signed up. Like, I feel like a lot of people our age are more into art as far as like other categories. So yeah, and I've always been interested in like songwriting, singing. I used to make songs when I was 7 about my dogs and like everything like that. I'm a big fan, by the way.
You're writing what you know about your dog and everything. That's awesome. That's really, really great. Okay. I'll switch it over to you, Jeanette.
All right. Thank you for those amazing answers. Cameron, I so appreciate you mentioning that you wouldn't have been interested if it wasn't for the arts, because one of the main things that when Janine was creating this foundation as an artist herself, she wanted to create a scholarship opportunity for students in the arts. And so by you saying that and recognizing it, it's really helping, us to know that, of course, we knew she was brilliant and this was a brilliant idea, that the dream did come true. The thought of getting this opportunity for arts students to work with history and things like that, as opposed to just focusing on the arts all the time. Thank you so much for mentioning that. I mean, they were all amazing answers. And that song, when we came back from the trip last year, was just stuck in my head for days. It's going to be stuck again. So our next honorable mention is Colt Jackson Monroe with his song Free Today. Colt, it's always great to see you. And I'm looking forward to hearing your fantastic song again.
Long time ago and a short way from here, the King Texty that was sitting at the pier, bunch of patriots wouldn't let it be. So they dressed up, went out and dumped it into the sea. USA, USA, it's the land of the free, 'cause I made it that way. USA, USA, the first is the reason we're free today. Now King George wasn't very happy with us. He sent his guys to cause a big fuss about the time when he thought we'd gone home. We declared independence, set out on our own. USA, USA, it's the land of the free, 'cause I made it that way. USA, USA, the first is the reason we're free today. We fought them up in Boston down to Tennessee. We fought them on land and fought them on the sea. When the king thought we couldn't fight no more, the French showed up and helped us win the war. USA, USA, it's the land of the free, 'cause we made it that way. USA, USA, the first is the reason we're free today. People in this country want free speech banned. Now they seem to think the first is for sale. But you're gonna get bit when you grab a tiger's tail. USA, USA, it's the land of the free, 'cause we made it that way. USA, USA, the first is the reason we're free today. USA, USA, it's the land of the free, 'cause I made it that way. USA, USA, and the First Amendment is here to stay.
All right, that was awesome. Hey, I was imagining listening to you in a big stadium somewhere and 18 or 20,000 people screaming out USA. That would be totally amazing. So, Cole, I can't wait to meet you in person. I know I'm going to here pretty soon. But can you talk about your journey as a songwriter and a musician, and where do you get your inspiration from?
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to meeting you myself. I know it's going to be very soon. I'm going to see you play, and I can't wait to see that. My first inspiration for really getting into music itself was being surrounded by really faithful people who believed in the Lord Jesus Christ, and was worship leaders. And when I first started playing guitar, I was about 8 years old, and at first I didn't want to. My grandpa gave me one, and I'm like, I don't want to practice. I didn't want to do anything. And it wasn't really until I had a worship leader for guitar teacher, and he's like, here, take this. And I'm like, well, actually, I do like doing this. I do like writing. I do like getting into music. So that's really how I got into it. And now my songwriting, that a lot of that inspiration is, that's the way I express myself. That's the way I best express myself. And I love what you said earlier. It's like where that executive told you, write what you know, because that's what's most genuine in any sense. And all of my songs that have been most genuine are the ones that people have really connected with, the ones that when I've played them in concert, someone has broken down in tears. Those have all been songs that are directly taken from something that happened to me in life, or some sort of experience, or at least the emotion. So that's where I draw a lot of my inspiration from in songwriting. really the key to writing good songs is writing what you know, like what you said. And that's what I really love to do. I write a lot of songs. It's crazy to think that I wrote this song over a year ago now, which is insane. And I've written a million songs since then.
Yeah.
So it's really crazy journey, and it's the experiences and the emotions that really fuel me, because that's how I express myself. I'd rather sing you about what I went through, or sing you what's going on, or how I feel, than tell you.
Okay, great, man. Well, that's awesome, dude. Keep that guitar. That's some handy guitar work you're doing there too, and just keep doing that on that electric. I mean, is that your electric guitar? Is that yours? Your guitar? That?
Yeah, I have a Gretsch. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice. All right.
My
the Gretsch
my
and Taylor both
husband
mine.
plays guitar, and so I hear guitar. In fact, my brother-in-law is coming over tonight so they can play together. And Colt, I'm familiar with guitar players. The difference in 1 year from when you playing this year to last year, I mean, I can't see this going anywhere but just soaring. I mean, what a vast difference. I'm not saying improvement, because you were great this year. Last year, this year, you were beyond great. You were fabulous, fantastic. But
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck to all of you.
Yes,
and thank
absolutely.
you again, Steve, so much.
Enjoyed every song I heard today. Very
Awesome,
much.
great. And Tori had to leave for work, so I wanted to say farewell from her. And I have a funny feeling we may have some reappearing winners again next year. So we want to thank all of our talented We the Future song winners and all the future leaders who were on our panels today. Please remember, if you joined us today, you have the extra 2 weeks to turn in your We the Future contest entries, americanthing.org, by September the 29th. I also wanted to give a quick moment to shout out to all the students in classrooms who participated in our workshops, and of course to Jacob and Brandon, and to all of our staff, and to Kathy Gillespie and Janine Turner, and everyone that helped make this day possible.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
Well, I think we did it.
I think we did.
Yeah, congratulations to all the winners. Oh my gosh. I'm sitting here thinking, I want to have a big party at the ranch and invite all the winners from the past, 13, 14 years, and put out a dance floor, and we just have everybody sing and perform and mingle. It'd be fun for all the student winners to get together.
Only if there's line dance.
Pardon? What'd you say?
Only if there's line dancing involved.
Absolutely.
Line dancing?
Line dancing.
Well, we can do that, and we can enjoy every type of music that that has been put forth through our 13, 14 years. We've had rap music, pop music, contemporary music, classical music, country music, and it's all wonderful. And all of you today who performed are exceptionally talented. And what I love about it is you all have your own unique sound and your unique talents that you've brought to us. And so congratulations for winning. And this has been a wonderful day. I just want to say, as founder, that the team that put this all together today, I would hate to start because I wouldn't want to forget somebody's name, but I definitely want to say, Kathy Gillespie, thank you for leading the ship here. Jeanette Cranack, oh my gosh, we've been together since the very beginning as well as operations director. Just feel like you're a sister. I also want to thank Jacob Vanderwerken for all the hard work he does, pulling it together. Elizabeth Pinkerton and Lacey, one of the newest ones on our team. Great job. And Brandon Vanderford, who's on our board. Brandon's been a part of this since our foundation from the very beginning as well. And he's also a tech. Now he can do anything. Brandon's one of those Renaissance men. So I don't know who I forgot, but everybody's just been terrific. I thank all of our judges today, all of the mentors, and all of you for joining us. Please spread the word. We'll have this all recorded. You can watch it later. But thank you for joining. I think Kathy probably has a list of schools and students. But once again, Kathy and I, in 2010, this was launched and we had all these visions. And it's really always rewarding to meet all of you, the students and the winners. And then to have a day like this where we can see it come to fruition, this dream of putting the United States Constitution together in so many different tiers, with so many different tiers of talent. So it's the arts, but it's also the sciences and essays. So look, with all of you that we're here today, I believe our country is in great shape. So today, the word that I would end with today would be hope. There are founding fathers and everyone involved, all the centuries in this country. Look upon all of you and know that our country is going to be okay. So thank you so much.
And we want to thank our National Youth Director, Tova Kaplan, who script. So Tova did a great job and helped reach out to so many of our winners. So thank you to Tova as well.
And Jewel and Jorn. I want to thank Jewel and Jorn as well. And Lace, who else am I forgetting?
Lindsay Larkin.
Lindsay. Yes, that's exactly. So if she's even still here. Jewel and Jorn may not be here anyway, but go ahead, Kathy.
So I think we're going to end by playing just a few last commercial breaks for any of our audience that wants to stay on. And we thank you to our live audience and to all the schools, especially the schools that wrote in and asked for constitutions. We love providing them to your classrooms, and we look forward to a lot of contest entries. And Brandon is putting up here our social media with your parents' permission. If you are allowed to go on social media, these are some of the different handles where you can find us, and we will have this program up on YouTube and on Facebook so that you can go back and watch it again. So we just thank you all and wish you a very happy Constitution Day weekend.
Yes, and say happy Constitution Day on Monday to whomever you see.
Bye.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you. Happy Constitution Day. Happy Constitution Day.
Happy Constitution Day.
You have some dough. It's lunchtime, but there's no way you would eat just dough for lunch, right? Well, the good thing is, I have some cheese. Your friend has some tomato sauce. This random guy on the street has pepperoni in his backpack. If we bring all these ingredients together, we end up with something much better than any of them alone. A savory pizza for lunch. But each of us has not only different ingredients, but also different opinions coming from our different life experiences. If we bring all these experiences and all these opinions together in friendly, civil conversation, we end up with opinions and ideas that are better than any of our individual opinions before. So if we want to come up with better ideas for a better world, what we really need are civil, civic conversations. Pizzas. It's an American thing. AmericanThing.org.
Where's my phone? Where's my newspaper? Where's my internet? I'm going to church. See you guys later. What happened to my church? What happened to my house? My phone, my newspaper, my internet, my church, now my house? How did this all happen?
Hi, Peter Roth here. I wanted to take a second to tell you why I think it's so important to support Constituting America. Back in the 18th century, when men like Hamilton, Madison, and George Washington put together the Constitution as our nation's bedrock law, they were concerned about protecting our liberties. It was a radical idea, the idea that all men were created equal. The Constitution protected it then, and the Constitution protects it now. Unfortunately, there are some people who think that it's old, that it's outdated, that it needs to be seen through new eyes. I think that's a misguided view. What was true then is true now. Constituting America helps keep the constitutional spirit of this nation alive. By working with young people, they're making sure that freedom isn't extinguished in a generation by teaching young Americans that they have rights and that those rights are protected by the Constitution, and that they can use the Constitution not just to protect themselves, but to make a better future for the country and the world. So I hope you'll join me in supporting the fine work of Constituting America.
If you had something that you were given, something you loved, something that others wanted so badly but were denied it, something that you used and relied on every single day. If you had something special, something beautiful, something powerful, if you had something absolutely essential to securing your health, happiness, and safety, if you treasured something so much that you were willing to die for that something, if you knew that others already had, and if someone had given you a document that protected that something, wouldn't you take the time to read it?
Hi there, quick commercial for Constituting America. I've been a longtime supporter since 2010 when my granddaughter won Best Poem in their inaugural year, and we have not looked back. I lovingly call Constituting America the organization that changed our family's life. As a result of her winning that poem contest, we went to Philadelphia on the winner's trip and were given a fabulous tour of Independence Hall, the National Constitution Center, the Liberty Bell, a quick trip into New York City to be on Fox and Friends for Constitution Day. And my husband and I returned home with our eyes bugged out of our heads thinking, this is the way to educate kids about history. We hung it up and decided to homeschool from there on out. And as she looks to college, my granddaughter has a wonderful feel and understanding for the U.S. Constitution, her Bill of Rights, and we love it.
One of our biggest problems today is that we are afraid to have others challenge our mindset, and therefore we avoid topics that could lead to challenging conversations. At a young age, we're told not to talk about anything that is remotely divisive. But without having challenging conversations, how do you know that what you're saying is your truth and not just something you were raised to believe? Having conversations is how we learn. It's important to be able to see the other sides of things in order to form an opinion and choose what's best for you. Let's say you were raised to shower with all your clothes on. You can go through life thinking that is the best way to get clean. And if you never meet anyone brave enough to talk about hygiene, then you will never know that there is a better way. There's no reason to be afraid of differences. Limiting yourself to certain topics can render yourself unable to talk to friends, coworkers, or even family. To avoid challenging conversations is the same as to keep your mind trapped in a little box. Open your box. It's an American thing. AmericanThing.org.
Hello, I'm Terry Cherry, past president of the National Council for the Social Studies and the Texas Council, as well as a 23-year veteran social studies teacher. I had Janine Turner come to my classroom, and it was an awesome experience. If you would like Janine and Constituting America to come to your classroom, Go to constitutingamerica.org and click on Book a Speech. We hope to see you soon in the classroom.
I'm Trish Watson. I currently teach at Springwoods Village Middle School, and I teach 6th grade social studies, but I've also taught 8th and 7th grade U.S. history and Texas history as well. Constituting America presented to my classroom last year, and they broke down the Constitution and they talked about the different parts of the Constitution. I think the programs really bring to the students information that they didn't have before. It breaks down the Constitution, not necessarily things that will be read by the normal eye or by a regular citizen, but things that are catered to them and their actual way of life today. So it really helped them understand how that Constitution applies to them today in a real world setting. Absolutely. I think that organizations like Constituting America are very important for students because, as I said before, it pulls it down to their level and it kind of puts it on a playing field where they can understand the Constitution and they see how important it is and how relevant it is. I think it also gets students really involved in government and politics and the Constitution, and it triggers those insights to want to be more involved and want to make changes. I think Constituting America should definitely continue these programs in classrooms. It's just eye-opening to teachers, to students as well. And the more information that's disseminated, the more change that's going to come about, the more kids want to really get involved and really start doing things with the Constitution. What my students enjoyed the most about having you guys in the classroom for the day was the whole atmosphere of it. The entire presentation was very engaging. It was very upbeat, and it kept them involved, and it made them want to learn, and it made them very interested in the whole idea of the Constitution. I thought you guys did a really good job, and I really hope that you are able to come out again to one of my classrooms and do another lesson.